Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is episode number 34. Kind of surprised anyone's put up with me for this long. So, first in the house tonight was Mr. Danger Mouse Faust, the co-host extraordinaire.
Good afternoon or evening, depending on where you're at.
Second, we've got Mr. Nighthawk Medic. What's going on?
Not much, brother. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Well, thank you for showing up. And followed up by Mr. Rob D, the New York Outcast.
Hello. Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ozark Yeoman, what is going on?
Que pasta? It's Missouri dialect of Spanish.
So, I know I don't have a whole crap ton of topics because, I mean, we've got the shit show that is the elections that have been going on, and that's kind of been beaten like a dead horse. I don't see anything good unless we can get the courts to actually start doing something about the illegals, the illegal actions that are being taken to steal elections, and it was pretty prevalent this election.
Well, I think there's still a fight yet to be had. I don't know if it'll make any difference in the grand scale of things, but there's definitely still a fight to be had, and I'm encouraged by the willingness of the Republicans and of Donald Trump to actually fight for it. Financially, I don't think he can really fight all the battles that he needs to fight for this. Some of them, by default, of course, will be done by the states because of the lower vote count. Obviously, those close ties get recounts automatically, but it'll be interesting.
Yes, sir.
Remind everybody out there that Fox News and the mainstream media does not decide who the president is.
Hell,
Nope, not official yet.
That's what I kept seeing stories where, saying it's decided. Well, who decided? But how did they decide? And then also, I saw an AP story yesterday that it wasn't really a story; it was an editorial about how, in the guise of a story,
Right.
Trump leaving the White House, going somewhere, and then they threw in how on his way out he made comments about the irregularities and they're trying to steal the vote, but they added in his baseless allegations and comments like that through what was supposed to be a news story, and then that was mimicked in our local paper.
Dirty pool.
What I thought was a horrible idea was they had Giuliani out there, and if there's absolutely legit corruption going on, that's undeniable. The so-called glitch that got rid of gave, and it was human error, and apparently she was caught saying she thought it was an accident. Gave Biden 6,000 votes in the county and Trump 0. And Don Jr. did rightly point out, which I swear, Don Jr., the more animated he gets and the older he gets, he's starting to turn into his dad. But he pointed out it's statistically impossible for Biden to get this much of a six-figure dump, but Trump to get 0. And then the exact same thing, go figure, happened in one county that they caught, and the same software is used. But which, by the way, Nancy Pelosi has owning stock in that company. They lobbied for it, and only liberals own stock in it, I figured, or Democrats. And the same thing happened in that county. The same software is used in all those counties in every single swing state. Giuliani had a press conference, and I thought the dumbest thing he possibly could have done was he paraded one person after another who were complaining they're not letting us get close enough to see the ballots being counted. Okay, I understand that. but there was so much real, actual fraud, statistical impossibilities like that he should have pointed out when he had that moment, when he had that opportunity. You spend 5 minutes of people up there complaining I didn't get close enough to watch the ballots being counted, and everybody's just going to tune it out and just lost your opportunity.
So you kind of have to think about this for a minute. There probably isn't really an opportunity one way or another. Like, they cut him off in the middle of his conversation the other day, which was not by accident, right? They didn't like what he was saying. Here's the reality, gang. If there's not smoke, there's probably not fire. And if you've ever made fire with a bow drill, you know that to be the Bible honest truth. And so if Giuliani is not willing to make the best argument as the president's lawyer, there probably isn't a real great argument to be made. So that's something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, the sheer numbers that my thing, yeah, if you lost, you lost. The sheer statistical impossibility of that. And then, which I understand, obviously, he had a majority of mail-in votes, but a whole lot of other people in rural areas were vulnerable. The majority of elderly voted for Trump, and the majority of them voted by me. That drastically increased the mail-in ballots that actually voted for Trump. And the sheer, like I said, the impossibility of it, when that so-called glitch has just happened to do the exact same thing, and every time this happens, it's always Trump ballots are in favor of Biden. If they at least had that dirt, that's already out there, but it's not being reported by any news. If Giuliani was smart, it seemed like he would have led with that.
Yeah, and like I said, again, if I'm Giuliani, I'm starting with things that I can prove, right? And so, whatever his point is at this point, he probably can't prove anything outside of what he actually talked about. You know what I mean? Because you're going to argue from your strength point. You're going to argue from your strongest debate point, and so I don't think he has a point there to debate from. Sadly, it's like the QAnon stuff that everybody was talking about online about how the president was playing 4G chess and had ballots marked, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that was immediately disproved. That wasn't the case. No additional efforts or processes were used as a part of this particular election. No additional tracking or anything of that nature. To do so would have raised alarm, without a doubt, and nobody would have done any of the crooked things that they were doing. So that's not within the president's power.
Yeah, if they don't have proof, at the very least, perhaps they could implement probable cause to get the courts to, push for a better inquiry.
Well, Trump will get the same amount of attention to this as did Dukakis, 38 days in 2000. There will be no additional or lesser methods applied to his dispute process. So whether or not he becomes president or doesn't become president will probably entirely weigh upon the values achieved through a recount. And so if he can't afford to run a recount in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, he's lost the election. Just plain and simple.
Yeah, at this point, I think I'm not saying, I'm giving up upward. I'm saying it's statistically probably likely. Obviously, Biden is going to be appointed. If nothing else, he can at least expose the inconsistencies and the actual interferences that are there. Because that could, in the long run, that could cost him dearly. The media really seem to kind of expose themselves like an old creeper in tube socks and a trench coat just to get Biden elected.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that they're biased. Yeah.
Not just biased, actually censoring stories, and then when there is actual corruption, claiming that it's not there. Because they didn't even report that. They didn't even widely report that glitch, so-called glitch.
Now, I know Guns and Gadgets did a video, I think it was earlier today when he did a live stream, and he was talking about a older lady who was arrested in his area under his orders because he's still a law enforcement officer. That she voted twice, and she voted twice for her dead husband.
Yeah, I mean, we're crazy if we assume election fraud does not exist, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so many fraudulent.
And the vast amount of in-home providers who have pretty much control over the everyday lives of a lot of citizens who are getting to the point they can't take care of themselves. A lot of them are probably like, I bet you 75% Democrat.
So let's play for a moment from the standpoint of we never want to see this happen again, because at the very minimum, what has happened is we've destroyed roughly half the country's confidence in our political system, right? So there's not a one of us right now, probably, that are not in some way very dubious about the concept of our vote being counted, right? And so when a country loses faith in its political system, you might as well close the doors and shutter the place, because the people will stop and believing in any unity or believing in any thought process other than taking care of themselves, which means this will get more and more diluted and more ugly. And the takeover of an organization that definitively does not have the will of the people in mind becomes significantly easier. If we're not supporting each other, we're invariably fighting each other. Okay. And there will be no civil war. There will be no resistance. None of those things are going to happen. This is not the imaginary place that the Igloo Boys want to exist in. It's just going to be a takeover of whatever power organization can put together the most manpower the fastest. It may be the Democrats, it may be the Republicans, it may be the communism. Okay. So what could we possibly think of to do on our level that might fix this?
I'd say keep small independent platforms going. And have you noticed anytime there's enough public outrage about something, then it's kind of forced to be picked up, at least by certain media outlets.
So local advocacy processes, that's a good one, right? And that's something that we talk about a lot. That requires leaders, right? That requires people who are going to pick up that particular torch and carry it, right? That requires people to say, I'm going to take my weekend every month, 1 or 2 days my weekend every month, and I'm going to do political advocacy, whether it be for the Second Amendment or anything of that nature. Me and my guys, we're trying to have Tennessee turned into a Second Amendment sanctuary state. That's our goal right now. So do you think that's the solution along those lines?
That's what we did in Missouri, and we do have a little group like that in my area. And we did, from what I understand, we did get that passed. I think Parsons finally signed it, where we're pretty much Second Amendment sanctuary. It didn't work out for some guys selling some silencers in Kansas, so it's not going to do any good unless you actually enforce U.S. Code 242, where any government official who tries to violate a citizen's rights will actually be arrested on a federal felony charge. So the next step, in order to really insulate ourselves, I think, is we've got to actually give teeth to those sanctuaries. So if you do pursue a sanctuary situation in your state, you got to push those politicians to actually give the legislation teeth. Otherwise, it's just beating your chest.
Oh, I agree to that fully.
Yeah, I mean, I just posted a link in the chat that was to a Mr. Gunzinger, a video he did from a Soviet guy talking about the elections that were stolen over in, well, like Slovakia or the.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the death of any political system that had any basis in the choice of people in every country we know of in recorded history. That marks the end of that, and that's not a play on words. That effectively ends that, and so just to be honest with you, we have to, as a group, let's pretend for a minute that there are actually 100 million gun owners in the United States and not a million of us with 100 guns. So if that is the case, then we can assume automatically that 50% of those people will not have anything to do with any advocacy process or anything of that nature. Automatically, right off the bat, they are completely worthless to that point. Okay? And next, another 50% of those people do not have the financial wherewithal, time investment, or just are completely incapable of doing any type of an advocacy process. Okay. Which means we probably have 25 million people across the country who might, if properly approached, might be interested in pushing a resistance process that does not endanger their family, does not endanger their freedom, does not endanger their job, does not endanger their general level of comfort. Okay. That's what we can look at, is people that meet all of those obligations. Those people potentially could be agreeable to some kind of a process. Okay. So the left has put together an entire cultural modification of the entire United States and a defeat of our election system and legal system with an eighth of that number. An eighth. And by the way, if your answer is money, 25 million people giving $1 is as much money as was spent on the initial Antifa campaigns to get Antifa running in the first 4 years before George Soros attached himself to the campaign. That is 25 times more money than they spent starting up their campaign and getting going. Okay. So, from the standpoint of what's wrong, we are what is wrong. We are what is in our own way. We are what is broken. There is plenty of humans. There is plenty of money. There only lacks people motivated to go out and do something about it. And every time we talk about it, we produce an excuse. So, we have the parameters. We have the goal. What do we do to overcome the excuse?
I've kind of been asking myself that, in different ways. I can't figure how we can get more people to actually give a shit about their rights in any way.
Hey, let me add an addendum. Gun Websites is right. I apologize. We're also inexperienced. Okay, continue forward. Yeah, Gun Websites was right on that. We're not practiced.
Mm-hmm. And getting people out, or even just getting out there and, like, I talk all the time, politics, and I talk about rights and stuff like that. And my wife will tell me to shut up because I tend to piss people off. Because I'll just say, the facts. The lack of your intestinal fortitude to get out there and do anything is what's given our rights away.
And so what's the correction? How do we correct that? What's broken? What for us as patriots? Okay, so is it possible? Let's start from the probability. Does anybody think that it's possible to create a movement that is pro freedom and pro Second Amendment that does not impact any of the 4 points we made for people? Is it even possible to accomplish the set of parameters we're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay.
because we've done it. I mean, at least where I live, we've done it. We did it. I've been out. I've been knocking doors. I spent hundreds of hours with my family out there doing it. You form local groups, and the way that we actually got through to people and got them involved, for one thing, reach out to local churches. People in local churches, these are people that will, especially the right churches, the ones that will actually spend their time going around their weekends with their whole families, going around feeding people in their community. There are those churches there. And there are ones that, I mean, they don't officially announce things from the pulpit, but they do care about their freedom. That's an absolute, even if you're not a believer, if you're not whatever, they will ally with you. That's how we got things done around here. And as far as how we actually got through the people to get them involved with that, show them the actual end result. Show them Biden's own words saying, look, they were serious about gun control before. They're even more serious now. Show them what they actually did in Virginia. Show them the end results of how millions of felons overnight. And then when you show them the end results and say this, it's not that it's not going to happen. It will happen. In Canada, Trudeau is literally ordering the RCMP to go confiscate everybody's ARs after they were forced to register them with the government. And it's Canada, so they'll be really polite about it and say, I'm real sorry about this, but, they're still going to go and do it. And it is going to happen. It's not a matter of if, but when. And then just throwing a little sprinkling of history to show everybody in all of history, every dictator, that was the first thing they did.
Why don't you just start with fun? Because I think Kingpin has the best idea here, which is Every Second Matters. That organization, they don't start by preaching to you about the end of the world. What do? Anybody know Every Second Matters? Tony?
Yeah.
They get you to go shoot. Right?
Well, even simpler than that, it's just they try and talk to people.
That's right. They court people. There you go.
By wearing the patch or a shirt or just open carrying.
Yep.
So maybe somebody asks, "Hey, what's that?" And you start talking to them, and that starts a line of communication.
Yep. So, I mean, I think we all owe it to ourselves and to each other.
That's a good idea. I mean, find how they care about their freedom, how that impacts them in their everyday life in the most lighthearted of ways. And then, like you said, something like that will attract them. And then get to talking to them. And then not only that, one thing we have to appreciate is people from so many different walks of life are going to have a different reason for caring about it. And we have to be able to, especially get people who are skilled in sales, who are good at reading people, and tell whatever the angle is in their life that would cause them to care about that. Then that would probably be the segue to get from, something fun, something interesting, starting up a conversation, to getting them to that point of how it impacts them and how it's important.
Yeah. So
just as a quick clarification, were you talking about 2-4?
I was totally.
Okay.
I got my tongue tied there. Yeah, Kingpin. Every Second Matters is amazing too, but I was talking about second is for everyone. Yeah.
So when you said Tony, that's what you meant.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay.
So I mean, I think we are all in a place. So I was standing in a gun store today, waiting for my 4473 to go through because Tennessee is getting the crap kicked out of it. Okay, with people buying guns right now, and there were 12 people in that store that I have never seen in my life, all buying guns. Hey, man, I've got a question for you. I see that you're preparing to defend yourself and your family. We're looking to make this state immune as much as possible to any craziness that might come out of D.C. in the next year. Could I put you on an email mailing list so we can send you a block email that you can send to our local senators, our local congressmen, and encourage them to go ahead and move us towards the Second Amendment sanctuary, so you can make sure that you always have that right. So I'm just saying, a very short conversation with somebody like that, yeah, you're going to get people throw it in your face. You're going to get people who say hell no, but you're also going to get people who are going to say, yes, I'd love that. And so if you do that every weekend, if you get 10, 20 people to do that every weekend over the course of 6, 7, 8 months, man, you're going to have a bunch of people sending emails. A bunch of people, even if just 10% of those people are willing to send an email.
Exactly. Yeah, may have to look at moving somewhere back, maybe in the southeast.
I left Texas because it's a giant lefty state hiding behind a claim that it's a right state. That'll get everybody from Texas mad at me, but just wait. They're about to learn a painful lesson.
Well, a lot of the Californians, that are your well-known lefties are moving there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're taking their policies.
Mm-hmm. And they're being successful with them.
When did the hippies have all these kids? It was always the evangelicals I knew that were having 6 and 7 kids. I mean, I grew up with them. In my family, there were only 3 of us. But I mean, you'd think would have had them outnumbered 4-1 by now.
Dude, Ozark, your conservative kid went to a private Christian school where the hippie that didn't have a bunch of kids is teaching and taught them communism. That's what happened. These aren't a bunch of liberal kids. These are a bunch of conservative kids who've been taught to be liberals because we didn't pay any attention to the education system. I fought tooth and nail. My daughter went to private schools all the way through, and they were still trying to teach her that socialism was an amazing thing.
Yeah, I actually did the same thing with my kids, and my parents did the same thing when I was growing up. And I was fortunate to be, that's probably why I didn't turn out like most millennials. They've actually said Gen Z is more politically independent than any other because they were conservatives kids who were raised conservative but then taught by liberals. So they tend to be more politically independent. And hopefully, and not only that, but apparently the millennials went so far off the rails that it kind of scared Gen Z a little bit. So they might be a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, we might see that. That'd be good.
So Rick seems to have nailed the exact reason why I may have to be moving.
You hate heroin addicts that bad?
Did you guys? I mean, everybody has seen the memes running around now, like where they have, like, New Jersey passes marijuana or legalizes marijuana, and Oregon pretty much says, "Hold my beer."
Yeah.
We're gonna have a peanut butter and crack sandwich.
Yeah, it is Oregon. Well, I just want to say congratulations on drugs, on winning the war on drugs. That's the best meme I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, we're just legalizing it all. We're just saying, fuck it, hey, who cares if you have drugs on you? I mean, now you can take magic mushrooms as long as you can get a doctor to give them to you.
So, can we just turn the filters off since you just dropped the F-bomb? Can we go ahead?
There is no filters on this. This isn't we're all adults here, and everything. I doubt we have many children watching this. Maybe every once in a while, Midnight is at home and his son can hear it. But 99% of us are all adults and everything. I'm not saying that we're going to have a show where we can see how many times we say the F-bomb, because then I'd have to find some counter to, see if we can outpass
Challenge
South Park.
accepted. Mystic says she doesn't see any adults here.
I know. I don't see any.
Children. Yeah, I think, and I think we are all feeling this way. I think we're all feeling like we need to see action, and we need to see sustainable action, and we need to know what works. And we've seen what works. We have seen our culture melt. And what works is being noisy, is making these politicians feel like they're going to lose their lunch, and making them feel like if I don't do something about it, then what's going to ultimately happen is I'm going to be out of office in 2 weeks. It's not. I don't think I have a politician in my state that is truly an advocate. I think I have a bunch of politicians that are surrounded by conservatives, and they're afraid they're going to lose their jobs, is why they behave the way they behave. And so
That's why
so be it.
if we're going to expand our base, it's not going to be done from the politicians. It has to be us.
Yep.
And one thing that we're really missing out on by not reaching out to a lot of younger people, I don't know if you guys know who like Preston Scott is. Some of these younger guys are, I mean, honestly, they are really actually impressing me compared to my own generation growing up. And we need to at this point, guys, we are like the counterculture standing up to the man. We are now we're the counterculture. That's an advantage. We need to reach out to younger people.
I work with, I have 3, I call them kids. They're under the age of 30 that I work with. I think the oldest one he's like 26 or maybe 27. And yeah, we talk a lot of, 2A. We talk a lot of politics. We all have fun, and stuff. But again,
well, and there's a whole generation of young people out there right now that are having to live with their mom and dad because of their financial situation, and that's about to get worse. It may be ripe for to tell those people, hey, by the way, this further reduction of your ability to have a good time brought to you by Democrats, taxing and terrorism.
1 out of 4 people between 18 and 24 years old said that they actually contemplated suicide in the worst part of the lockdowns. They're not stupid. They saw that the WHO actually said, stop the lockdowns. They're worse. They're making things worse. They actually checked Vice News where they said that they're going to use them as an opportunity for the global reset to do away with everybody's part in life. And then not only that, but a lot of these young guys sat there and watched their dads get hammered after working 60 hours a week, get hammered by their mom saying she just saw Oprah and he's horrible because he needs to learn to undo his whiteness.
Dude, if my wife had said that, she would be my ex-wife. It would have been over in 10 seconds. 25 years flush.
So welcome, Mr. K24, Drucifer, Mad Sexy, Kingpin. There's a hell of a lot. Midnight Range is out there. Mystic Guns, Rich White, Drucifer, M. Gabriel, Uplift Mofo Party Plan, Gun Websites, Mr. Kingpin, who was here before I even got here. So he was ready for this show. Then we have Hesaw. Am I missing anyone? PCC Kid. Gun Loving Grandpa. I feel like I'm still missing like... Night Shaft. Welcome. So,
If G23 missed anyone that's out there, it's just because he doesn't care.
Yeah, it's because he specifically doesn't like you. He told us before the show, if I don't mention someone in chat, don't correct me. I'm specifically crap hunting their ego as a part of this process.
Yep. Mr. Honcho Fett is out there.
We don't care what you do. Be an adult and don't charge me anything for it. Amen, Kingpin. I don't
Yeah.
think we're the liberals. I think I think most conservatives are more libertarian than they are actually conservatives. Because I see less and less true conservatives these days and more libertarians.
I'm a constitutionalist.
That's me.
That's me. I'm probably, it keeps sounding like conservatarian. At the end of the day, I'm pretty much just a constitutional patriot, because I get around some of the evangelical buddies, and then and I am that in my personal life. But then I see what they're willing to do to regulate against other citizens, and yeah, there's an authoritarian conservative.
Oh yeah. You can the ends of the, and I've told people this many a times, the end of the political spectrum, you can end up in totalitarianism either through conservative or politically correct views. And so you can end up with piously correct moralists or politically correct moralists on either way, and that ends in tyranny and totalitarianism. So if you the bigger the government gets, it doesn't matter where you are, either on the right or the left, you're going to end up with tyranny.
And no, I do not hate you, Mad Sexy. So, like Midnight says, he says, Drucifer, I'm carrying a lot of bitterness about the election. Yeah, you know.
Milkman Foss. Can I encourage everybody out there to not talk in such a way that encourages people to even think about a civil war right now? Can I just be an open advocate for calm, please? Just chill on that stuff, because there are people out there that are just crazy enough to think about it, and people out there that are just desperate enough that they might follow people that are that crazy. And God help us all if somebody tries to trigger that, because you don't even want to know what a mess that would be. And I'm sure we are all highly intelligent enough to figure out that we do not want to even entertain that thought in any way, shape, or form right now.
Right now, we just need to worry about trying to settle everything in court. You know, I want.
Sorry.
Because in the past, look at the French Revolution. Anytime the American Revolution was absolutely unique in history, it wasn't just some violent overthrow. It was actually a very cautiously and carefully planned by people who had built a society beforehand. We were already basically a functioning society. Britain just kept on getting in our way. And it was more of a reformation than it was a revolution. So it's not going to do any good.
For right now, you just have to try and relax, because this is going to be a while, because it needs to go through the courts.
Yeah.
And working yourself
maybe a month and a half.
and working yourself into a tizzy right now isn't going to change anything. It won't make a difference, except hurt you. I haven't watched a lot of the videos people are putting out, just because I know basically what they're about, and it's not going to change my opinion, and it's not going to. I'm not speaking against the videos, but it's not going to help me. It's not going to help anything. You just got to, if you can trust in the process, you have to trust the process. There's steps that have to happen, and so it's going to take a while.
I like Charlie Kirk yesterday accusing conservatives of being the reason why Trump lost the election. I've never paid a super chat for somebody who wasn't a gun tuber before, but I sent Charlie a super chat giving him a piece of my mind.
So Matt Sesky says, no matter who turns out to be the president, we are still a group of gun people. Your family and buddies still love you. If not that, remember my fat ass does.
Yeah. Well, that's and I'm not trying to unload on your chat here. But no matter what happens, America is still going to be here. There are processes that are set in place the government is slow for a reason. To stop mob rule, to stop things from crashing. And it may go in a way that we don't like, but that's when we have to make sure we're working to stop that. But it's not the end of the world.
So we have been joined by Mr. Armed Ape out in the crowd. Welcome. So I'm going to take a couple minutes and announce I am going to be doing a Olight keychain giveaway. I bought one from when they did the breast cancer awareness. They were selling them for like $15 a flashlight. I told people when that happened, but 100% of the profit went to 2 organizations for breast cancer awareness, and no, none of them were Susan B. or whatever,
Susan
the
B.
main.
Coleman.
Yeah. So I have a limited edition hot pink Olight that I will be giving away. So I'm gonna do a video announcing the giveaway and what I come up with on how I'm going to pick the winner.
Scott P79 hashtag don't sniff me. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's totally Saturday night. I'm going to be releasing a video in the next couple of days that does not have a gun in it. All it has is the most beautiful nature walk you've seen. Not an hour of it, just, a couple of minutes of the most beautiful nature walk you've ever seen in your life. And I'm going to do a little voiceover, but not a lot. And I just want people to have a little zen in their lives. It's totally going to be some hippie stuff. Just, bring people down a notch. If you've never walked through the woods of Tennessee in the fall, it is a sight to behold. It is absolutely phenomenally gorgeous.
I was planning on doing something like that, but then our mountains burnt. So,
yeah,
I can show you a lot of burnt ground.
I feel like that's your fault, though, because nobody else is talking about your mountains having burnt.
Oh my goodness, I knew you were happy.
Oops. I started off in California.
Those gender reveals are always a mofo, man.
Yeah, especially when it wasn't even my kid.
And according to Trevor Noah, it's not fair because your kid hasn't chosen their gender yet.
Damn. I was choosing somebody else's kid's gender.
There's a thought.
I wanted to identify as a Missouri black bear because then I wouldn't have to pay any taxes. But not only that, I could literally get away with pretty much anything. I'd have a whole agency devoted to protecting me. And then, if your neighbor, was up to shenanigans, you could take a dump in his yard legally as long as you didn't damage his property.
The only thing, I just wish I could choose my age. I would like to be 20 years younger, because if I was 20 years younger with my life experience, the opportunities would be immeasurable.
Yes. So Scott P is out in the crowd, and he says, if you like Tennessee, come up to New England in the fall for the foliage. It will blow your mind.
That's what I've heard.
The wife and I have talked about one of the years. There's a train in Canada that runs from BC all the way across, and then get off there, rent a car, drive down the coast.
Oh yeah,
and stuff like that in the fall, so you could see all that changing and but I haven't hit the lottery yet.
Feel ya.
There's some awesome places in Missouri. Up here, it's not that the mountains are really tall; they're not. It's just that some go all the way. The sudden drastic level change in the jaggedness of the landscape in those arcs is like it's really nice. Some awesome places like Elephant Rock. The problem is like you got to be so deliberately going there. It's so far off the interstate. You pretty much have to plan a trip there. In fact, usually when I go to those places, like 99% of everybody is from Missouri.
I feel like we're being lied to because I always knew Missouri as misery.
Missouri?
No, just
No,
misery.
So,
telling people it's horrible here, except I only tell leftists when they talk about moving here.
I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, I have been all over this friggin' country.
The aluminum foil at midnight. Rare form, sir. Rare form. Oh man.
I mean, I started in Washington, drove all the way to South Carolina. I've been through Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. I've been in Georgia, Alabama. I'm telling you, there's some crazy things.
Yep.
That you see when you're behind the wheel of a U-Haul.
Yep.
My wife really, really wants to go to the Catskills up in New York. That would mean a week unarmed. I don't think that's happened to me since I've been 21 years old.
I went up and marched in the Veterans Day parade, and that week was long enough.
I see Mr. Keith Gregory has jumped into the crowd. Welcome.
What up, Keith?
So yeah. I don't know. Once you get out of the West Coast, you really guys, no one has hills. I mean, no one has mountains. Y'all have like hills.
Have y'all ever driven from like Oklahoma City to Dallas, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere in southern Oklahoma, boom, there's mountains?
Yep, I've done it.
So,
And it's the Chickasaw Nation there, and it's beautiful. They got waterfalls, and it's a shock to the system when you're driving through Oklahoma.
Yeah,
you guys call a mountain, and it's like peak. The highest point is like 3,800 feet.
yeah. We have some hills out here that are mountainous.
Our mountain pass, one of our smaller mountain passes back in Washington, Blewett Pass, is 3,750 feet above sea level, and that's the pass.
That'll do it.
That's what you're
Yeah,
driving.
I'm pretty sure that's taller than the highest point in Missouri.
I mean, that's not even getting to the top of the mountains. That's just where you're driving on paved roads.
Mad Sexy wants to know if you're drunk, Outcast.
He's trying to keep the roid rage under control tonight.
Roid rage.
I was gonna say today's the Marine Corps' birthday, so if you have any Marines,
No, it's not. It's the 10th.
Oh, it's not.
No,
Oh,
November
I'm sorry,
10th.
I was wrong.
The day before Veterans Day.
Man, why did I think? Okay, I guess I saw somebody post about it. I thought it was today. I was wrong.
The devil puppies will lose their minds if you say shit like that.
Anyway, if you have any Marines in your life, yeah, my dad's a Marine. If you have any Marines in your life, check on them on the 10th and make sure they're okay.
They'll be drinking. It'll be fine.
Yeah, get an Uber and all that, and I'll be doing that.
Yeah. I know Ghost Tactical did a video for the happy 245th birthday of the Marine Corps on November 10th. And so did Patriot in the Dark. They both released I think yesterday and today, or both today. And Honcho is asking why I'm height shaming. Because you guys keep saying you have mountains. You guys have hills, like rolling little hills.
Yeah.
Yeah, but our roads wind up whacking more people who try to go ridge running on them because they're real craggy and stuff like that. So there's the death toll.
Colorado and California have a road that has killed more people on that road than any other roads in the United States.
And then have you guys ever heard of missing 411? And then there's all the people that just randomly disappear over there.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Oh, there's that one road in Colorado where they do the hill climb race, where they actually shut it down every year, and they'll do racing up and down.
Pikes Peak?
Yeah.
Or are you talking on the road or the motorcycle?
Yeah, on the road.
Yeah, that's probably Pikes Peak you're talking about.
Yeah. Where they'll race up, and that has killed more people in just the racing. Because they don't have, there's no, like, barriers or anything to keep you from just driving off the side of the mountain.
Yeah, there is. It's called self-preservation. That's a tremendous barrier to keep you from driving off the side of the mountain.
Well, when you are trying to race up there and you accidentally go into a corner too fast and spin your car.
Well, that's a lack of self-preservation, and therefore a trip off the mountain makes perfect sense. I have been driving on mountains my entire life, and I've never once driven over the side of one because I have a hefty self-preservation sense about me.
There was a dirt road back in my old area, and you had a real sharp hairpin corner, and the corner before it was kind of, mild. Well, I thought I was at the mild corner when I was really at the hairpin, which was like a 20-mile-an-hour corner on a dirt road. I was doing 80 when I hit that corner. Yeah, I was doing 180s, flipping from side to side, just sliding.
Nice.
300-foot drop off to my left and a 10-foot embankment to my right. And just kept flipping, looking back and forth at that. I was going from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, back to the driver's seat.
I was 5 years old in the back of a pickup, and where was that? That was Alaska. My family was living at the time, and I remember we were all, I think it was summer. Yeah, it had to be because we were swimming, and we were on the way back. And I remember looking down this gorge. It looked like maybe it was about like that. It was like a Himalayan mountain pass, because narrow little trail you could drive along, cut out the side of a mountain, and I'm looking like it had to be 2,000 feet straight down, because you could see a river at the bottom. Just looked like a tiny little, stream. And then all of a sudden we hit a nice little bump, and I went bouncing because I was the youngest and smallest in the back. And had I not grabbed onto the side hard enough, I would have fell, 2,000 feet down. After that, man, I was clinging for dear life to the back of that pickup.
Yeah, that would do it. Are these all, are we doing the stupidest thing you've ever done in a car?
I guess that's where we're going.
Yeah, I had a 78 Pontiac Trans Am, and I lost control of it because my rear wheels went through some Tennessee red clay at about 130 miles an hour on an Interstate I-75 and ended up going off the interstate, and it had a roll cage in it. Rolled it 2 or 3 times, and it hit so hard that it tore the Pioneer speakers out of the back window and threw them through the front windshield. And I crawled out of the car because I was 17 years old, and you're bulletproof when you're 17, and started walking up a hill towards a house, and the people in the house came running down the hill past me towards the car because they didn't believe I was the guy that had been in the car. So, boy, that slowed me down a bunch.
I jumped a 30-foot ditch into a cornfield in an 88 Honda Accord. I mean, the thing was on its last legs anyway. And then and I was just going to drive the car a little bit until it died. I think it already had 300,000 miles on it. But it was like I had a love-hate relationship with this thing because it was a Honda. It would not die. So I finally wound up jumping the thing across the 30-foot ditch. Thing got bowed and bent up. I actually missed a concrete drain by about a foot. It barely cleared it. Landed in a cornfield. The chassis was completely bowed on it. Two of the tires were flat. The thing was completely smashed up. But then, wouldn't you know, the stupid thing actually started back up. So I wasn't about to be caught out there or nothing. So I drove the last 18 miles home. And I'm that stupid thing, I actually started back up and still drove the last 18 miles home. And I'm pretty sure the statute, what has that been, 16, 17 years? I was a teenager. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations are up on it.
Right.
Honda.
Drucifer said he rolled a Pontiac Sunbird and was ejected. Yikes.
I would just like to go on record. I don't have any stories like this.
This is amazing, sir. Well done.
Nothing to go on record for. So we'll leave it at that.
Super proud of you. Nothing you would like on record, or
And just for the record, there's no record of that thing I just said. So
Exactly.
let's call it a record.
I'm pretty sure it was hearsay. You were telling us a story that you heard, not that it actually happened to you.
Because like if you owned a sedan that looks similar to a police car, and you're like to fly down the highway and happen to keep a flashlight in your car, and you would spin it, and people would pull over, and then you would go flying by them. That would be wrong.
That would be totally wrong.
Yeah, we would never say that you should do that.
When I was a teenager, I had an old Cutlass LS, and it was real low to the ground, and I put bigger tires on it and everything. And I was living in Iowa. My family lived in Iowa at the time, and it was literally so flat. The highways there are just flat, straight, and smooth as glass. And you could see a grain silo, I'm not kidding, 14 miles away. It was so flat.
Man.
So anyway, you're doing 110 miles an hour down the highway because, of course, I mean, there's no shoulder, there's no cops. The state troopers would rarely fly a plane over to catch people, but there's nowhere to pull off. And so it was so flat. There's no point you could see a cop 10 miles away. So me and everybody else is driving 110 miles an hour. Thankfully, there was nobody there, so I opened up. And apparently, I didn't see, I guess, the stop sign. There was one rural highway that went across it. And I guess the stop sign had gotten knocked down by the last tornado or something. And I'm not joking. There were literally just tornadoes went through that spot all the time. So I guess there was no stop sign or something. And you know how a highway that crosses it elevates. It elevates up and elevates down. So apparently you hit a crossing highway at 110 miles an hour, you will get about 5 feet of air.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds about right. So
Yeah,
I see we've been joined out there by Mr. R4 Mississippi Thunder.
I did that on a back road in high school. Carload full of friends and cruising along, and then bam, the car bottoms out, and you kind of pop up a little bit, and I go, "What the hell was that?" And my friend goes, "Oh, that's the stop sign that nobody ever stops at."
Yeah, I pulled a Duke of Hazzard one time over a railroad track in a '72 Mustang Mark I, and I'll never do that again. They don't tell you about what happens inside the car when you do something like that. The first thing that happens is your butt comes off the seat and smashes into the ceiling of the car, while you really need to be paying attention to what's going on outside of the car. Then, as the car comes down, you're levitating in midair. You hit the ground, which completely compresses the shocks on the car, accordoning your spinal column as it goes. And then you start to hop. And depending on how good the shocks are, which were not good on this old 72, you may get several more hops as you fight madly to keep the car under control. Fortunately, I landed in a gravel parking lot. But never again.
Yeah,
Man,
along the lines of Ozark story, I had a friend that grew up in southern Idaho, which has, is flat, has long stretches. He told me they would go bombing along, and whoever's riding shotgun would have a pair of binoculars so they could look up the road and look for cops.
Nice. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Oddly enough, all that stupid stuff I did, some of it on purpose and some just kind of happened. I survived all of it without a scratch. And then of all things, I'm 20 years old, and I slipped on a patch of black ice and broke my tailbone.
Well, you might as well, right?
Yeah, that's a totally Midwestern story there for you.
Oh, yes. There's some crazy. Kingpin says, I worked at a garage and borrowed a car to test drive it. Thought the cops were chasing me, so I dipped and dodged right into a police station.
Oh no! I've never tried to run. I've thought about it, but
there was one time I almost sort of ran, but I wasn't really running because he hadn't really flipped on the cherries yet. So I mean, that's his fault that he didn't flip on the lights. If it had flipped on the lights, I'd have pulled over. But when I passed him, I was going over I was ridge running up and down some hills. And this state trooper, sure enough, was flying by me. Now, he was probably doing faster than I was. But I could see as soon as I crossed over the hill after he passed me, he started flipping around trying to turn on a dime. And I about laughed because I knew the road was so narrow. There's no stinking way in a Dodge Charger he was going to turn like that because their turning radius sucks. And I was in a F-150 Lariat at the time. So so of course I did what any reasonable person would do. I gunned it and went like 90. And he did not turn on his lights. So I went up, and then all of a sudden I knew that there was a little dirt road up ahead. There's only dirt roads around, and it was a white gravel. And I was like, oh crap, that's going to leave a dust trail. So I slowed way, way down. I got fast enough ahead, slowed way down, and then I crawled over the entrance to the dirt road going like 5 miles an hour until I got around the curve. Then I gunned it, pulled around to the top of the hill, and sure enough, I'm parked at the top of the hill, and I look down there, and I see the state trooper go flying by about 80 miles an hour looking for me. He didn't have his lights on.
It's no wonder we were neither dead nor in jail.
Well, I went past a ambulance with its lights on the highway one time. I don't know how fast he was going. I was doing somewhere in the 120 when I passed him.
I took a trip up from Rome, Georgia one time, and I was doing about 115, and a Thunderbird with running lights, purple running lights, passed me like I was standing still. I still haven't figured out a way to tell you how fast he was going, but he was moving. When I looked down at my speedometer, I was like, holy crap.
So I see we have been joined out there by Miss Vanessa Kitty. Welcome. And Mr. Fiendog is out in the crowd. So welcome.
Yeah, I once did 120 and a 30. I was trying to catch up to somebody to have a word with them. I was not happy with them. And then they met up with a bunch of other cars, so I decided not to talk to them. I went home.
So the wife and I and my brother were cruising in a 300ZX Turbo. Yes, there was 3 people in a 2-seater car. And I passed a car, and I guess he thought my brights were on, so he brighted me. So I decided, oh, you want to play the bright game? You know, so I flipped around, started chasing after him.
What the hell's wrong with you?
He gets like all kinds of scared. He starts going even faster, and I turned my brights on, and I was still, oh God, I was still probably half mile behind him. And yeah, we were flying through a small little town out in eastern Washington called Malaga. We were racing through there, and I decided, you know what? I know some of the people that live out here and how psychotic they are. And so we turned off and went about our normal business.
Have you been to Pullman?
Yes,
That's
I have
where
been to Pullman. Pullman is friggin' crazy. We raced from Pullman to, what's that, Missoula, right there
Yeah.
on the other side of the border.
Oh, that's Moscow.
Oh, Moscow.
But yeah, in Grand, in at Pullman, that's where I did 120.
Yeah, I had a Suburban, and the wife and I went down to Pullman to visit one of my buddies who was living in Pullman because his wife was going to WSU. And I had tried my damnedest to get this friggin' Suburban to, like, spin out, do anything. It would just, I couldn't get it to, slide or anything in the snow. Back in, when I actually end up in Kashmir and stuff, I just could not get it to do it. And we were in Moscow in a parking lot, and I got it to actually slide. I was like, wow, I had to go to Idaho just to get my car to slide.
You spray a little water down and get the little torque on the rear end, you can get it to slide. We used to circle track cars. You can get those things to do some crazy stuff and just loose dirt, so I'm sure. Get the rear wheels and some a little wet and torque it hard.
Oh.
With the price of ammo, $20 is definitely $20.
Oh.
Yeah. My wife and I know this guy. He does a lot of those videos where, they're like, this guy offered me a cookie to play with his dinghy, right? And this guy sets him up real funny. And he had one the other day where he was standing in his driveway and he's talking. He said, this man came down the street and he was buck ass naked. And he ran over here to me and he said, I will give you $20 if you'll touch my dinghy. And he was like, and I couldn't believe it. I told him he needed to get his butt out of here. But, and so he's holding up a $20 bill. In a completely non-consequential series of events, I found $20.
Ozark did one similar about rabbits.
About rabbits? What was that one?
So I think he had his crossbow. He was talking about all these rabbits that come. Yeah, and he says, I don't know where they went. And he kind of holds up his crossbow.
Rabbits just left.
Yeah, it's like I said. It's funny. I said I've been building up this nice little rapport with the little bunnies and all that, and then I said at first it was back during the height of the pandemic. I said, all the meat's definitely gone off the shelves because the beef suppliers can't catch up and everything. I said, but I've been on vegetables, and I'm okay and all that. I said, but it's weird. The bunnies just suddenly disappeared. And then, it kind of pans down and the crossbow's kind of moving back and forth.
So we have awful squirrel problems around here, and my animals love squirrels. So for a while, I'd be sticking a 22 out a window and popping a squirrel and giving it to a cat. It was a good thing. It was fun. And squirrels kept coming after a while.
And they say the humane thing to do is usually just whack the squirrel if they're getting to be a problem, because apparently they'll starve to death I don't know if it's because they're not too bright. They'll starve to death if you relocate them.
Yeah, they'll keep making babies. We have a limit of 10 a day here, so unless it's pest control, and then pest control, you can go nuts. So.
Yeah, yesterday I stepped out on the back porch, looked down, and there's a planter right next to the door, and there's a squirrel half buried in the planter.
Cat?
We don't have a cat. I don't know if it was the dog, because our dog will kill the squirrels if you can get a hold of them. But I have no idea.
You're like, what the hell?
I just have to know, was it the button with the fuzzy tail poking out the top? Or
yeah, you could see the tail and one of the hind legs.
I'd have been asking my kids.
That's morbidly funny.
Does one of you need help?
do any of your children have an odd lack of emotion or good charm?
I did.
Look,
I laughed for a long time. My wife didn't think it was funny.
I would have laughed too.
Yeah, that's how me and my wife are. I always laugh, and that's horrible. And then I catch her laughing later. Like, you're doing it too.
Well, that's what I'll say something, that's maybe a little off color, and she'll laugh and then look at me and say, that's not funny.
Yeah, I know.
My wife does that a lot.
It's because after you said it, then she went and watched Oprah again.
Oh, Lord.
If I say something that's, maybe a little off color or whatever, you may laugh at it, and then you always say, you're sick and twisted, but I can't be so sick and twisted because you've put up with me for like 20 years.
There was that scene. You guys remember King of Queens with Kevin James? There was a time when his battery ran out of, I think it was the remote control, ran out of battery. His wife was about to go for a run with a Walkman. That tells you how long ago that was. And so she ran upstairs real quick. He really quick swapped out the batteries because he's too lazy to go find some new batteries. So he swapped out the batteries with her Walkman and the remote. And then he just sat there and pretended, I guess he pretended nothing happened. She walked down. I don't know how she figured it out. She just said, and you were just going to let me go on a run with no good batteries and pretend that it was my fault for letting it die and not say anything? He just looked at her and goes, yep. And you're married to it.
Exactly. My wife says that I've corrupted her. She was all sweet and innocent until she met me.
No way.
I don't buy it at all.
No way, no how.
I used to think that, but I think I merely helped my wife learn to express her true feelings more openly.
Exactly.
You mean vent her frustrations?
Yeah.
You mother fudger.
You know, sometimes you just have to let them realize that there is an avenue for expression. They don't have to, keep it bottled up. I don't even want to know why Moo's out there yelling horns up.
He's horny.
Hooves up
Who's
for
that?
2 Live Moo or horns up.
Did the Texas Longhorns just win a game or something?
That's highly doubtful. Have you ever
I don't
seen
say,
them play?
could they even find the field?
Oh, 1 year sooner.
No. Beaver Nation.
Oh no.
My team is going to be facing Foss's team here in a few hours.
Oh, they're
I
letting him
actually
play.
had an evangelist show up to church to preach one time, and everybody asked him, "So what? Hey, did you go to this seminary? You go to that seminary?" Like, oh no, I was Oregon State. And then he said, from the pulpit, he goes, "Yeah, I'm a Beaver." And then there was this very awkward silence over the whole church, and he realized he turned a little red. Anyway, turn your Bibles to John chapter 3.
Yep, Beaver Nation.
It's not even necessarily automatically a dirty thing. It's just when you're in church, and then it's kind of delicate. Yeah.
Dude, you don't ever pretend you understand what nasty thing someone has just said in church.
Mm-mm.
You must fake it.
Dude, we all have the glassy, what are you talking about, stare down. I mean, just perfect.
You pretend like nothing was said that was offensive in any way.
I used to do that, and then I realized that you're just being a hypocrite, so I just smile and shrug.
I'm not a hypocrite. I just don't want to get preached to about it.
I figure, if it came from the preacher, how can he then try to preach to me when he was the one that said it?
Well, in this case, he actually was not trying to be like.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, he just stepped in there.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no way. I'd be like, that's interesting.
It's like, if you're a South Carolina fan, a University of South Carolina fan.
Dude, so much shade. Jesus.
Try rooting for that team.
I'm actually a Seton Hall fan, so I don't talk smack about anybody's team.
No, I'm just saying when their mascot is when they call themselves the Gamecocks, and they're yelling "Go Cox, go!" Really?
Oh, I didn't notice. We lost Outcast. I guess he got bored.
No, he said he was going to bail.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I've never been a Gamecock.
Just a regular cock.
That's
Just a regular
That's
cock.
where you and your buddies are playing a game, and they tell you you're going to get punched if you lose, but they're not going to say where until you find out.
Bangkok? Yes, I've played Bangkok before.
Yep.
Well, we're all burned out of the election. We're all completely tired of trying to guess what left-wing crap hole imagination project will be taken under the moment Biden makes presidency. What else are we all going to do this weekend?
I'm gonna put a poll together and see if we can figure out when we're gonna actually see ammo on the shelves again. I say 2024.
I'm getting some tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.
Maybe.
And I promise you, I'll be the first person in line. The other guy that is normally in line ahead of me at that time at 7 a.m. and I are friends, so he's not going to be there tomorrow. I know.
So, Fiend Dog says, what's everyone's post-election gun purchase?
I'm trying to get enough guns to review in case they become absent. And then pushing this, I'm currently advocating a political group to push for my state to become a Second Amendment sanctuary so I can continue to make gun videos.
My accountant had a talk with me about expenditures.
What did she say?
There's no more tax write-offs.
Well, my wife is an accountant.
I know.
She was concerned about how much I was spending lately.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be getting any more guns right now. The last year with the election in 2020, just going all to 2020, I started to focus on basically things based on needs. So at this point, it's going to be maybe some ammo here and there to top off and magazines. And maybe striker assemblies for all the handgun, because that's something that it seems like it's a good idea to have around.
I've been making pemmican and hardtack for fun. It's a good thing to have around survival food a little. Pemmican is very labor intensive, but tastes good if you make it right.
Yeah, that Crown Prince was the one that got away for Clover.
2 AA-22 revolvers. I like EAA stuff.
Ooh.
Marlin,
I love a 22 mag revolver that I can get a 22 LR cylinder with it.
Rough Rider?
They got that, but man, I'd love something like just not quite a snubby, maybe 2 3/4 inch or 2.5 inch, whatever. Even just like I think you might. I'm not sure if the Taurus 22 WMR. If I think they may also make the same thing in 22 LR. You'd have to buy the mag and then just order the LR cylinder separate.
Dude, I want one of these now. A straight pull 22 long rifle. Yes, please.
I was really looking yesterday really hard at a Taurus TX-22.
I've seen several broken ones.
I was like, $270 for a 22 pistol. Not horrible.
Paul Harrell just put out a video on that today.
Yesterday.
Or it's like almost half an hour video on it.
Is it really? Wow.
Yeah.
He did the Glock 22, the Taurus TX-22, a Smith & Wesson.
I make 7-minute videos because I'm afraid people will get bored and not watch them. And he's making 30-minute videos.
But this is Paul Harrell.
Paul Harrell's technique is much better than mine. We're going to admit that.
He can get away with it. He's like the one guy you knew in high school that it's like you're just looking at him. How do you get away with that when I would absolutely be shunned? And with Paul Harrell and long videos, that's you can just do that. He's got that Chuck Norris thing going on.
Yeah, I think it would be cool to go shoot with old Paul. That would be pretty nifty.
Yeah, he lives somewhere in this state.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't he in your hometown or something?
No, my hometown is back in Washington.
No, I mean now hometown.
The town that I am living in.
Yeah,
I think he's somewhere in the eastern part of the state. Actually, I'm not 100% sure where he is.
You can see him and swing by Clint Smith. He's in Oregon too.
So is Beretta Man, and Beretta Senior, and Beretta Junior. They both are here. One of them's a law enforcement officer. Mr. Ozark is back.
Yeah,
Ozark
sorry.
had to post a video.
Sorry, I just dropped out a second. What about posting a video?
You posted a video. I got an alert on my phone.
Was it one about AOC?
Yeah. It was on voter fraud. It just popped up.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think that. Oh, yeah, that might have been the one about Don Jr.
So defense, but again, I mean, you're talking $35 difference defense, Dad, and that can easily just be the fact of what we're going through, and guns in different areas normally cost a little differently. Like I could probably find one that's going to be cheaper than another place.
My last 3 evaluation pistols sold within 2 hours of me dropping them off at the gun shop. That's how big the demand was today for firearms. I'm talking 2 hours, man, gone.
But did you guys hear the arms list is charging now?
Yeah, that's why I quit using Arms List. I stopped selling my own stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, I got to look at now, like about consigning at a local gun shop or something like that. There was one thing I was literally just about to sell too, and then all of a sudden I get on there and it said upgrade required. I'm like, no, don't do this. And then I click on it, and then you can choose this path. I'm like, no. I think it was like $3 a month or something, but I'm too cheap. I wasn't gonna do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use it enough to. I don't like selling guns.
I have to. I end up with a massive pile of them if I don't. Doing a review every week, there would just be. I have 7 safes already. It would just be horrible. I'd have to buy a house for it.
Yeah, and your point is.
Yeah, I would venture to guess I would have. I've had maybe 50 guns. Sure enough, I follow if the ATF is watching, but nowhere near at that amount. And selling guns has been an absolute necessity. I really looked at resale value and tried to buy used, and then usually I could sell it for the same amount and roughly get your money back. Maybe that's the transfer.
Mm-hmm. That's my goal. It helps keep the rotational budget up, and I keep a rotational budget for firearms. So as long as you're moving them out and then bringing new ones in, there's always money for firearms. So that's nice.
So Midnight says, go to Patriot in the Dark and check out his 1776 project. Do a vid about a hero. G23, MFOS, Nighthawk, Medic, Ozark Yeoman. So we have been called out.
Yeah, the guy who's my hero, we can't interview anymore, but I may do one on him anyway.
Well, did you see Midnight's?
No, not yet.
Oh, you should watch Midnight's,
Yeah, I'd kind of been going back and forth on whether I wanted to do one or not.
See, I've thought about doing one about, so what was it, October 1st, 2015, the UCC, the Umpqua Community College, had a school shooting. And there was a kid who walked towards the shooter to try stopping it.
Good kid.
and a couple of the people that were at that school shooting were then at the concert a year later in Vegas.
Oh my God, that's so messed up.
It was a year to the day, October 1st, 2016.
Man. You just kind of have to ask yourself, does God hate me in that instance?
Yeah, they said that they were going to stay out of populated areas.
Yeah. I would totally do it too.
I mean, yeah.
All I'll say is I don't ever want to go to downtown St. Louis anymore, man. Cardinals game, Arch, I don't care.
So that Kingpin posted the link to Midnight's video in the chat.
I have so many videos to do, but that is totally worthwhile.
Yeah, it's a short video.
Yeah.
You can see
Yeah,
it.
I'll check that out.
You can see there where he had to stop a couple times because he was starting to get emotional. So it's actually a very good video.
I think I started to look at this video the other day and then got interrupted by 30 things. So
Probably happens.
this would be a good follow-up.
I always miss videos when I wind up having to work late the night before and then sleep in. The next day, I guess like it's somewhere in the course of turning off an alarm. I accidentally clear notifications. Because then I scroll back through notifications later and I see 50 videos that I never saw before.
I just don't get alerts for some of them.
Yeah, I've had to go through and check, because I've had YouTube unring the bell so that it goes from notify all videos to personal. So
Yeah, I've been looking into that. That's actually a perfect topic. I'd heard about too on 9/11, for instance. There's actually a memorial to I think it was the security guards in Twin Towers. Nobody ever heard about them. There's actually a memorial to them down there, and I think, if I recall, I think like somewhere between like 200 or 300 security guards died because they stayed behind actually evacuating the building. And I know there are some individual stories there.
see, I guess Midnight was, wow. Let's start this topic again.
Rewind.
Defense Dad was not paying attention earlier when I said that the wife and I were at a gun store yesterday, and we were looking at a Kimber 1911. So, a Rock Island 1911 in 9mm. She had her hands on a Kimber 1911 in 9mm.
Nice.
I think if it would have been the micro, or one of their smaller Kimbers, I think that may have changed her thought process, and maybe she would have grabbed it yesterday. But again, she held the Springfield Hellcat and kind of liked it for the feel in her hand. So that may be something she looks at getting.
I used to be just straight up about striker fired handguns, and then like the SIG P938, man, for such a tiny gun, I got wide hands. With a 7-round mag, I could actually get my hand on that thing, and then it handled. Sure enough, it handled real well at the range, and I was skeptical about the maintenance and everything because striker fire guns are just so easy to maintain and work on. But
I knew it was too good of a deal to pass up, and I knew there was something wrong with it. And sure enough, apparently, what the issue was after you fired, the hammer stayed down. And I'm like, oh, well, that I was praying to God. It was just the simple thing I thought it was. I took off the grip screws, took off the grip, cleaned, and then sure enough, there's all kind of junk around the disconnect. And I cleaned that off, oiled it, put it back together, and runs perfectly.
Yeah, we looked at quite a few guns yesterday. The wife ran quite a few guns through her hands. In 9mm, 380, and a couple 45s.
You know, gun website says a good practice is to take your girlfriend to the gun shop before you marry her, and if she looks at a 9mm, find her own ride home. And
the wife has a 40 cal and everything.
I really don't think that's the right move. I think you should first spit in her hair and then throw her out on the curb. But that's just me.
Although if she automatically leans toward the more expensive caliber and doesn't care the more expensive caliber, then that might be a sign that it's going to wind up costing you even more for the rest of your life due to expensive taste.
I'm the one who talked my wife into a CZ.
I was going to say,
she was pretty happy with the Taurus.
my wife will get, she always, her and I talk and stuff, she's like, well, you know more about firearms and stuff, blah, blah. She doesn't really look at what the price is. She'd probably lean more towards the cheaper guns if she actually looked at what every gun costs. She'd be like, oh, no, I'll go with... Sometimes, yeah, the lower cost is, the better gun, but not always. And then, like the SIG, I picked that out, so I can't complain about the cost of the most expensive gun and pistol form that we have in the house.
I have a question. Has anybody here or in the chat ever gotten pulled into the conversation when the gun salesman was selling something to somebody? Do they ever drag you into those conversations? Yes. And if they do, does that make you feel uncomfortable?
No.
There has been time. It's only been like, I think my interest got perked when they mentioned something about a certain gun. And I think they could tell I was interested. But then I deliberately just kind of kept looking at something else because it would seem like the most rude thing for me to just interject when, you're about to but spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I'm not going to be the jerk who just walks up and starts talking. So then I started to walk away. Then they're like, oh, what? Do you know something about it? I'm like, well, and I don't want to say something negative about it because especially with, what's your limited experience with one or two of that model, but I try to, if I'm interested or I know it has a certain application, that's the only way it's ever happened to me. It's like they could tell something hurt my ear up about it and then they ask.
TPC says he avoids salesmen in their prey.
I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Patriot in the Dark.
Kingpin said he butted in one time when they were selling a Ruger AR for way too much. Nice, Kingpin. Very nice, sir.
Sometimes you gotta say, hey, that's probably a little overpriced.
Now, what I do is I shill and I go up and I say, actually, yes, it is true. They do need to sell it for more expensive when it's used because it's already been broken in for you. And then I, went off to the side later tell the salesman, now I get a cut of that commission.
And that does not work at all for you.
I get a discount at my local gun stores because I buy from them so often. And then also I tend to show their stuff on the internet and then they get to sell it easier. But I feel like that's a cut. I've never had someone flat grab me and pull me in. They had a Glock, a Taurus, and a an honor guard on the counter, and they were like, "Can you tell the guy about this honor guard?" And I was like, "Yeah." So he bought the Glock though.
Yeah,
G-Webs.
it's a safe bet.
Oh my god.
Guns and Barbecues finally shows up. He said he's late.
Hey, just for G-Webs, it's not a problem. I could quit anytime I want to. I don't want to.
Oh my gosh.
Low recoil, cheaper ammo.
No, it's not. I can find 40 cal ammo right now for way less than your 9mm ammo is.
You can't find anything in my town right now except for birdshot.
Oh,
Unless you show up when the truck gets here.
9mm in my gun shop was selling boxes of 500, and they had the shelves fully stocked, and they were selling 22 cents a round. What's it in your area?
It's still 17 cents a round because the big box stores have contracts for their ammunition. It's just that, so like my town, last week, 280,000 rounds of ammunition came into my town last week, and all 280,000 rounds were sold in less than a day.
Yeah, I permanently made friends at my LGS. It's also a farm supply store, so they got a bunch of other stuff. They only have like one or two other little changes. But back when I heard Walmart, I mean, I caught the press release before it even hit the news or anything. That Walmart was getting rid of handgun ammo, because back then they had maybe a little bit of HST or some 2-year-old box of Hornady. They didn't even bother even trying to compete with Walmart with ammo or anything. And I went on down there and I found a manager and I said, you need to call your shopper and you need to tell them this is what Walmart's going to do. He's like, are you serious? And so I said, yeah, here's a press release. So I did that. And sure enough, they scored like a sweet deal with the manufacturers. And that's a good way to make a friend. So now anytime there's a shipment or whatever, you know, I can at least hear. I mean, it would be unethical for them to hold a box for me or whatever, but at least I know when they're going to get their shipments, you know?
Yeah.
So, hot off the press, Patriot says he got a new tower today, trying to load stuff that is obsolete. Gotta love computers, even though they're a fad.
Computers don't count in your First Amendment rights, Patriot.
So,
who was that dude really early on with Apple who sold his stock for like a few $100 and he would have been a billionaire?
Well, come on, let's be honest for a minute. I owned significant stock in a very, very small copper and nickel mining company that, had I bought into it 7 years ago, would have turned me into a billionaire. But everything is just about when you buy in and when you get out in the stock market. If we had all bought one share of stock in Apple computers when we were kids, right?
I think this guy was one of the guys who actually knew Steve Jobs really early on back in the day.
There's not a person in this chat that wasn't capable of buying Apple stock for pennies when it first came out. We all would have had access for enough money.
I wasn't old enough.
Yeah, you could have. You could have done it through your parents, right? So that,
and then I never would have seen a dime of it.
But the truth is that everybody here had access to cheap stock. Everybody in this chat right now has access to cheap stock that will be worth more money later. You just have to make the right call.
I'm waiting for February.
TPC, you're right, buddy.
I'm waiting for February. And I figure I'll be able to get all the stocks I want for Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar. Wozniak. Midnight Range got it. It was Wozniak. The great and powerful Woz.
That was it. I'm just mad that Parler is not publicly traded because I saw that coming a mile away, especially when Twitter censored the New York Post in their stock bomb.
I'm still not a member of Parler.
What's it like? Peewee, I think it is, or something like that. That's the offshoot for Facebook.
It's MeWe. I'm
Oh.
on MeWe. I have a producer's profile in MeWe. There's just nobody on there. So it's not like you can actually use it.
I should jump on there because I know my account's going to get kicked to the curb one of these days, very, very soon.
I think I pay monthly for that, actually. I probably need to go look at it.
No. There was one that's supposed to be like Facebook, but I think it's free.
That was MeWe. It was like Facebook. So is anybody else thinking about SBRing their AR pistols?
Yeah.
I don't have any AR pistols. I don't own any of those ugly. What are they called?
I did not get any short barrel anything because I was afraid of the potential future regulation changes.
I have some super nice AR pistols that I'm probably going to SBR.
So I see we have Mike that's jumped in the crowd and Mr. Jorge Cortez.
So apparently Travis says that there are some gun people over there now. I may go back and explore it again. I need to get a little more hip on the social media stuff.
Yeah, he was talking about it a little bit this morning.
Was he? I came in late and then I had to leave to go do training. So
I've heard a couple people lately talking about it, and what was it? I think Liberty Doll was talking about it.
There's another human that I don't have enough time. I love all of you. If I do not watch your videos, it's not because I do not like the content you're putting out.
Yes, it is.
It's because I have all of you friended and subbed. I think we're all that way. I think we all have 18 friends reviewing guns every day.
I have like almost 300 channels that I have marked as, but there's probably only 70 that I actually watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've lost count of how many, I think hundreds and hundreds. If you see a weird channel, I'm not talking about like one of our friends here or whatever. You see some weird channel I'm subscribed to. Heck, I don't know if I accidentally hit it. Sometimes I scroll through it and I'm like, what? How did that get on there?
I went out this morning with my son to go get donuts. And while we're driving, he goes, "Oh, how's your YouTube channel doing?" That's it's okay. It's not. I told him it's not going to grow fast. It's kind of not the way I'm doing it. So it's all right. And he has one. I go, well, how's yours? And it's twice the size of mine. He does gaming.
Yeah, gaming.
And he goes, yeah, for some reason there's one video, it's got over 100,000 views. Like, well, I'm happy for you, son.
Great job, mother little bastard. You were adopted. Okay. I think there's a couple of games that I play. I think it'd be funny to put one on there. I had an old gaming channel when I used to play Gary's Mod, the space build for Gary's Mod, because I used to pirate on there a lot. And there's still people subbed to that channel, and people still watch those videos. I'm like, wow. I'll be right back.
Yeah, there's a lot of the channels that I probably should unsub from, but I just haven't. I figure YouTube will do my job for me at some point in time.
When they unsub
Yeah,
everybody.
If you're subscribed to a channel and you've never like got clicked to get notifications of it, and does YouTube eventually just delete your subscription, or how does that work?
Yeah, they'll unsubscribe you after like 6 months if you don't have interaction with channels.
Well, maybe I'm just cyber stalking them. How do they know what I'm doing?
Well, I guess it's if you don't thumbs up a video every once in a while, or you don't comment on a video every once in a while, is what I've heard. Now, the fact of does it happen? I've had some of my bells changed and stuff, but I don't actually know that I've been unsubscribed from any certain channel.
I thought I've have before, but I don't know if it's that or I just forgot to subscribe in the first place.
I wonder if YouTube too, if maybe instead of just censorship or throttling, if they shadow banning, whatever it is, if they like Liberty Doll, for instance, she covered some topic that I'm sure YouTube didn't like. She's getting really close to some big milestone, and the next thing you know, she loses this huge chunk of subscribers. And it's not like she ticked off people or anything like that. And I commented, and she commented back, is like, maybe they just took that opportunity, since they don't like you, to knock off any of the channels that don't have any activity on them, and then just delete those channels to eliminate your subscribers or something.
Yeah, they call them troll accounts, or any alt accounts that aren't active, but yet they'll remove active accounts also.
He blowed up.
No, I was thinking I got to the mic button quick enough, but I guess not. The first one I know I got to in time, but
Yeah, I keep hitting the mute because I've been slurping on coffee to stay awake. And
so that
the worst thing you could do to anybody on a live chat is the coffee slurpy sound.
Yep. But I'm trying to read the chat and everything.
Oh man, speaking of which, this coffee is nasty. I put a bunch of decaf in it because I drank too much earlier today. I mean coffee, not drinking, but coffee.
So you're having some Irish coffee?
Yeah, it needs a shot of Jameson. Couldn't help that, man. I even tried sticking a little bit of cinnamon in there. Usually that does a job, but man, it's just nasty today.
So are you drinking Folgers?
Yeah, I think it was Folgers Colombian, and then the Folgers Colombian decaf that I mix in there, because I fill up a thermos, and I drink the whole thermos. So I gotta monitor my caffeine intake somewhat to make sure it's not that it keeps me any more awake or anything. I can pass right out. It's to help monitor blood pressure and everything else.
Mm-hmm. If I drink coffee, I can have 1 cup of coffee, but if I drink it like a second or a third cup of coffee, I'm probably going to pass out.
I'd probably have a problem at this point, because I used to just bring a nice little mug to pour it in and sip or whatever, and now I just chug that sucker straight from the thermos.
Yep. So Yeah, I'm not sure that I will know what it's like to have 100,000 subs. The wife just laughed, so I guess that's a.
Man, that honestly, that would freak me out, man. Like I'm totally out there with politics and everything, and it's like you get at this spot where you're just comfortable, you know. You're definitely not looking to make any money off of it. You cross the precipice of using more technology or adding any more editing or whatever, where it's going to take up that amount of time, and I guess you just find kind of a comfort zone, and it's like, I'm cool.
I remember when Mr. Nighthawk Medic had like 35 subs. Now he's got like 300 subs.
I could totally see you having thousands and thousands. With what you're pumping out, I think that would be. I really enjoy watching the reviews you did. I mean, especially what was the rifle you did the other day? I know you said you had it. You actually used it in the service, right?
I'm not sure where Mr. Nighthawk is.
Okay, well, yeah, he did a review of. Man, I wish I could recall what rifle it was. It was a service rifle, I believe he used in the Navy.
He was Army.
Oh, dude, I'm really, really sorry. I thought I thought he said he used it on a ship. Maybe he meant a gunship. I don't know.
Uh-oh. The mute has been coming off, so we're in trouble now.
Guys, real quick, I want to give you a little update. You remember earlier today when I was talking to you about going into your local gun store and kind of doing a handshake session?
Uh-huh.
I have 10 emails in my inbox right now from people interested in joining sending out letters and emails. I'm considering making what would basically amount to being a flyer, something very non-threatening, where people could decide whether or not they wanted to do it or not, and could be printed off of like your desktop. Is that something that you folks would be interested in having?
Yeah, I would be. I could probably talk to my gun stores around here.
Yeah, because that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. How much response I just got in from that, and it wasn't aggressive.
I guarantee you there are a lot of people concerned right now. That's a great idea. I mean, concerned about their gun rights and all that in the next few years. They ain't stupid. They any gun owner, I don't care who they are or how little they're concerned about the 2A. When they heard, yes, we're taking your guns, and then Joe's appointing that, they remember that, every single one of them. Because, I mean, who wants to have something in your closet, even if you don't care about it, that's going to turn you into a felon?
Well, and I wasn't even talking like, I wasn't even fear-mongering. I was just saying there are things we can do to make our lives a lot safer, you know what I mean? And a lot, make a lot of this less stressful as far as what's going on right now. And one of those things is protecting our own rights, protecting our Second Amendment right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can you say, sorry to interrupt, but G-Webs, I think, missed what you were talking about earlier.
Okay, so just to kind of recap for anybody that wasn't here. So I'm working to advocate to have my home state of Tennessee turned into a Second Amendment sanctuary during all this Biden garbage. So it's one step towards, if you will, reducing the amount of fear and also the amount of stress we might have from a Biden presidency. So is it necessarily a requirement for a Biden presidency? No. But is it something that this state should have anyway? You bet your cookies, right? And so I kind of was doing a little feel out on how much interested people would be locally, and I provided my email and direct contact information to a few people, and man, I just noticed a minute ago that my inbox was blowing up. And it's because people were emailing me asking for more information about what we were trying to do. So I've decided that I'm going to put together a drop flyer. I'm in Tennessee, Gun. Put together a drop flyer to kind of make it less intrusive, right? So you're not up in people's faces. And really, I probably will title the top of it, "I'm not selling anything." you know, it costs you nothing to nothing to participate. So I'll get that put together and ship it out to anybody who wants it.
Maybe also a very, very good segue as far as getting people into it is like without the fear mongering is, hey, look, nobody has time to look at the constantly changing gun laws. But being together in a group with no cost to anybody is an excellent way for information sharing. And if you want to take that a step further, here's some steps we can take toward making the state a Second Amendment sanctuary where we would all rest easier and not have to worry as much about new laws being passed, but especially just as an information sharing network.
Yeah,
because that really got the Tea Party off the ground in my area.
yeah.
Back when everybody was pretty worried about another assault weapon ban because everybody just went and overpaid way too much for a new AR.
Yep. Well, and gun websites pull out that there's an infrastructure sort of in place here. And we know that there's an infrastructure already in place, and we just need to kind of push it over the edge. But I don't see any reason why that wouldn't work, no matter where you're at, to kind of get it kick-started. What I want to move towards is the entire state of Tennessee being a 2A sanctuary, which the fact that we just pulled nearly 100% Republican on the last run through would really be kind of a thing that's within reach right now. So maybe, guys, your local gun shop, a lot of these people you've never seen before, they may be more cognitive of how important their rights are than we think.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially in FFL, they've had to deal with the ATF, and they probably hear about what comes down the pike.
That's right, Kingpin. You change things by trying. That's really it. You change things by trying.
Almost every state has statewide 2A organizations too. And like you're saying, if you're doing it kind of like a confederation, your own small local groups, you can also contact those statewide organizations and be like, hey, we'll have our own group here, but we can hook up with you. So, you can pass down newsletters and we'll help distribute them. And that will kind of give also backup to your, almost like an LLC, give maybe a backup to your local organization.
No, dude, that always ends the same way. That always ends up with organizations begging for money and not making people be accountable for their own rights. The local Tennessee organizations, the NRA, the Gun Owners of America, the Second Amendment Foundation, all of those end up with being money-begging organizations who do not make people accountable for going out and fighting for their independent rights. Even if it's as simple as, hey, here's your email, you're responsible for sending that email. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to support anything I'm doing, financially, but the minimum you can do is get off your ass and send an email. And I think that's one of the biggest problems we have going right now is that everybody thinks they can send $20 and that's going to fix the problem. And it's not fixing anything.
That's what I'm saying by it being a confederation. Like, it's your group, it's your local group. You guys aren't paying each other any money at all. It's like, I don't know. Yeah.
What was that?
Ozarks at work.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think we need to get away from these organizations that say they're going to do everything for you and they're going to advocate for you. And we need to get to the point where we are holding people to advocating for themselves. Because here are people reaching out saying, I want to get involved, right? And so those people are actually, if you harvest them correctly and you manage their time with them and make it as low impactful as possible, because like I've got all the emails, right? I've got all the letters that they need to send. I've got all that stuff already ready. I just put it to them in a nice, neat package, and all they have to do is attach it and send it. There you go, Kingpin. Trillions of dollars didn't change anything in Afghanistan. You got it, man. Well, yeah, it did, actually. We got our own opium instead of having it filtered through China all the time.
Yep.
Mission accomplished.
I'll
be right back.
I know we here in my county, quite a few years ago, probably 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, passed a 2A sanctuary here. So we've told the sheriff and everybody that we will not accept any new gun laws. And the sheriff is a pretty staunch 2A guy around here. And he was backing that 2A bill. So
Yeah, we had a local group here, or at least in my county, and we had a new sheriff coming up. And the previous sheriff, he'd always talked a really good game. As far as we knew, and again, most counties, you could probably hardly ever find any Leo agency that really respect people's constitutional rights. But I mean, this is about as good as you can get in my area. And I mean, that's because people in the area demanded it. But then when we got around to constitutional carry, the old sheriff got a little bit too, happy with the revenue he was making on concealed carry. And ironically, it was because the Department of Revenue here was making, through the driver's license department, was making money on people's CCWs by putting it on their driver's license. Well, turn out they turned over everybody's CCW information to the federal IRS. So then they moved it to the local sheriff. Well, then the local sheriff got hooked on making that revenue from the CCWs. And the sheriff came out against constitutional carry, or him-hawing about it. And we know what it's about. You don't want to lose the revenue. So now he has incentive to enforce unconstitutional gun laws because he makes money off of concealed carry. And so the next sheriff that was coming in, he retired not long after that. Apparently, he did not sit well with people in the county. So the next sheriff coming in, we formed a local group, and he sat down with us, spoke of issues. So basically, if he violates that, he'd be violating what he promised to do, upholding his oath.
yeah. Yeah. Our sheriff says, and he's like, I took a oath to, uphold the state constitution and the federal constitution. And, that's what my job is.
Kingpin, Andy Taylor was a lefty sack of crap, both in real life and on that show.
Woman. Yeah, the TV, ABC, who was like, we're going to interrupt a college football game to bring on Biden. I told the wife, change the damn channel.
Oh, I'm sure the sports fans were just real happy to see that.
Well, wait a minute. What does Biden have to say right now? He's not president-elect.
What he has to say is that he has no known affiliation with any alleged mishandling of ballots, and you can't prove it even if he has them in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did literally say he's got the largest voter fraud organization in the country. So, hey, that's probable cause, man. Get a warrant.
Right?
I'm old school. When people say stuff that's bad for them, I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, when you say I'm going to, take your property, or you can keep your property, but you're going to pay an unconstitutional, criminal organization, I mean, how is that not like racketeering? How is that not like turning the ATF into the mafia? Saying, okay, you're going to pay us to protect, your property.
Well,
that's the thing. I wonder if they're scared Biden's going to say something because of his current mental state. I bet they're really scared he's going to say something that they don't want him to say.
you could probably argue the same thing about any tax if you approach it from that perspective.
Well, yeah.
But there are certain taxes that I'm willing to pay for the
Taxation
betterment of the
is
city.
Truly, taxation is theft, but...
Well, there are services that I like.
Well, yeah.
And so I'll pay taxes for them. I'm perfectly willing to pay tax for a public school system. I'm perfectly willing to pay tax for a police force.
I'll pay it for that.
Yep.
But why should I pay to educate other people's kids when I chose not to have kids?
If you haven't noticed, one of the biggest problems we're having right now is that we haven't paid any attention to how people's kids were being educated.
No, our number one problem was that we've taken our history and completely changed it, and have decided we're going to start teaching like Common Core and bull crap. We're going to teach the people that we're going to teach children the United States lost a war that we never fought.
Well, there's a couple problems. I think obviously the current public school system, at least what it's turned into, was based off the old Prussian system. The exact same system when all the various princedoms of Germany eventually united into Prussia, and it was the exact same system that Hitler realized, and it's not one of these direct analogies. I'm not saying this is literally Hitler. I'm saying this was the style of the system that they said, hey, this is a perfect indoctrination. Every generation, the last few generations, like every decade, each generation, the average IQ is dropped by 10 points. That's something that should be freaking us all out.
Well, let's be honest for a minute. The moment you get rid of conservatism, you have to have a public school system. Okay? So the moment you no longer have two parents in a household, you have to have a public school system. Unless you have a significant infrastructure of homeschool communities in existence, your children go uneducated. So I will always be happy paying for public school systems. What I'm unhappy with is my own lack of attention and the lack of attention of my peers about what was being taught for the last 30 years.
I'm totally with that. And see, a major foundation of it is like the corner that I came from. This was before my time. I just kind of grew up in it. The evangelical corner that really, really strongly emphasized. Now, there can be different things. I mean, there's a balance. You can't force your faith on the people in a public school. on the other hand, the values, Judeo-Christian ethic and culture, that they tried to preserve, when they saw that was going out the window, and that academia was, especially on the college level, it seemed like it was really, really being taken over. The problem with McCarthyism, so what they do, they retreated deep into the bowels of academia, and they stayed there. And they thought, this is where we will educate and fill up the ranks of technology, government, educators. I mean, and they did. And then when the more evangelical aspect was pushed out, well, what we do, we just made our own schools. So we weren't even a part of it.
Clover's out there dropping bombs in the chat. So if I maybe my mouse will work.
Good point. Have you noticed they haven't said a single thing about COVID? And today, all over the country, all these leftists were gathering by the thousands and not worried about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, they got to shut this country down again, though. So they're going to shut us down again as soon as Biden takes the presidency. And then by miracle, it will suddenly be able to be opened back up so that Biden can get the credit for it.
Well, that's the reason why they need the masks to be so magical and to work magically, because, the masks all of a sudden work now, so that's why we can open everything up and go back to normal.
Joe McCarthy was right about Hollywood. Boy, you're right there, TPC.
Yeah, there's.
Well, what we're seeing right now is the reason why people in entertainment industry used to be considered to be second-class citizens in Rome.
I remember when I was growing up, and I'm not old, I'm pushing 40.
My God, Grandpa.
The entertainers were just that, entertainers. They made their movies, they played sports, whatever. They told jokes. They were entertaining, They weren't out there, trying to influence elections and stuff like that. Yeah, you knew a lot of them were, of the unintelligent party, but they still kept it,
Well, athletes too. They weren't very highly paid, and they were more in touch with reality, and they weren't so narcissistic.
Well, I think it depends on the athlete. I can remember as far back as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, there being pushes towards certain political activism in basketball, and
you could go back to Cassius Clay, who is more well known as Muhammad Ali, who converted to Islam or being a Muslim so that he didn't have to go to the police action in Vietnam. We reclassified Vietnam under Bill Clinton to be a war so that the veterans would get the benefits that they so deserved. But now we're calling it a war, and everybody is calling it a war when it was never a war. It was a police action. And now, if you look at our history books, it's a war we lost. How could it be a war we lost when we never fought the damn thing?
I got a lot of buddies over at the VFW who'd beg to differ with you.
My dad was in Vietnam. He has passed away from Agent Orange.
He's going to feel like he fought.
And he said, so did two of my uncles. Both said we were just told we couldn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
They couldn't just, actually fight the fight. They had to call in when they were being shot at, call in and ask for permission to return fire.
Buddy,
I was
ROE,
about to say-
no matter where you are, ROE is ROE.
The only thing I've ever heard from my father, because for obvious reasons I'm not gonna press him on it, and he didn't want to talk about it, is they wouldn't let us win. That was his problem, and he was not and of course from what his perspective is too, he's not talking about being unethical with the ROEs. It was like politically, it's like they could have won, they would not let them win.
So every time somebody likes to make the argument that if you want to see if small-scale militias could defeat large-scale armies, look at the war in Afghanistan. I have to remind people that the United States Armed Forces are never allowed to fight at full power. They are never allowed to just cut loose and bring the wrath of God upon their enemies. We're not allowed to firebomb civilian populations like in Europe and in Japan during World War II. We're not allowed to level entire countries the way we used to. So from the standpoint of, the idea of a guy running around with a semi-automatic rifle somehow being dominant over the U.S. military, well, only if the ROE dictates that they don't instantly, call a A-10 on the block, right? So I would tell you that, we tend to make comparisons historically to things that we don't fully understand because we do not understand that we, as a country that is primarily good, have a tendency to pull our punches.
I was going to ask your perspective on something regarding that. Like, we also, one of the greatest examples, it seems like, in recent history is the Afghanis. Basically with the AKs, were able to stave off, and they have a long history of this going all the way back to, I'm trying to think here, Macedonian, Alexander the Great. They still talk about Alexander the Great and how they whooped him, and they were able to hold off the Soviets. Is that a good comparison of how, with small arms and an understanding of the area, they were able to hold off a superpower? Or do you think that the Soviets' restraint played a part in that? Because back in the day, the Soviet didn't use restraint.
The Afghanis had help. We sent them surface-to-air missiles and all sorts of goodies. They were using Lee Enfield rifles when that war started. We gave them better and better stuff. It's like our Revolutionary War. America didn't win our Revolutionary War. We won it with the help of France, and the same thing for the Afghanis against the Russians.
So Midnight says, do you guys think Vietnam was winnable? With ethics in mind, obviously. Like, not just turning the entire country into a parking lot.
Yeah, if you could bomb the source of troops, money, and weapons, yes, absolutely. If you were allowed to strike
China?
China and North Vietnam, if you were allowed to strike in those areas, you absolutely would won the Vietnam conflict. But as it was, again, America was held back.
Well, yeah, because Johnson kept stopping. He would break, and that would allow the North Vietnamese to resupply, and then we'd end up fighting all over again the same thing. And
We could have easily had stopped, food and supplies from getting into the North Vietnamese. There was a lot of where we knew trails and stuff that they took that wouldn't have had like civilians on there. We could have easily had, picked off a bunch of them, but we were told not to. We were told to leave, stop fighting, and we allowed a lot of it to happen. So, yeah, but again, that's
And I mean, you look
we were in. Go ahead.
you look
Ozark.
at history. You look at history. This is, I'm sure, from another angle, but as far as tactics go, too, the Vietnamese had manuscripts of how to set traps, of how to do some, pretty gruesome stuff. I'm not going to go into detail about. But, obviously, they're a smaller country with major coastline who had to fight off a lot of empires in the past. So usually countries like that tend to have a history of a guerrilla warfare and an understanding. And they passed it down for 1,000 years through manuscripts.
Just
And,
stop.
for instance,
Just stop. Dude, stop. You're feeding into the strategy that we deployed because we were forced to use it. Had you backed a battleship off the coast and leveled every major city in that country, we would have marched right through it. And so we were forced to send small groups of infantrymen to hunt out with helicopters and to hunt out pockets of guerrillas. You're going to lose hundreds of thousands of lives doing that. The war in Vietnam was a classic example of when politicians get involved in war fighting. And in addition, you have a president whose wife owns the stock in the helicopter manufacturer. And we were losing boys on Huey helicopters on a weekly, daily basis because of it. So, again, you can't give them credit for us playing into their hands, not because we're stupid, but because we're politically forced to do it. You at any point that war's over in a week.
I'm not talking about it from the perspective of our role in Vietnam and how it turned out. I'm talking about it purely from the aspect of how a civilian populace. I'm not, because we're trying to not use the term Civil War II here, of anything that helps a local populace, if you know what I'm saying.
There is no populace in any country right now that is capable of overcoming their government's military. Not one. Not one. We have moved so far beyond that point technologically that it will never be something that we will see again in this lifetime. It will never. It would be like cattle to a slaughter. It would be the ugliest thing you can possibly humanly imagine. If you are thinking about fighting what's going on in any other way right now, other than on your soapbox and in the ballot box, you are asking for suicide. And anybody coming with you will be drugged down with you. It is insanity to even consider it.
I'm not really thinking about a perspective of where we would want to, or we actually would. I'm talking about, man, at that point, you're talking about, because I'm a pacifist. So you're talking about, backs against the wall, you got no other choice. Noah's Ark here.
You're going to die. That's just it. You're going to die. Okay. The moment that they get cut loose, the moment they can call airstrikes into a city, the moment that they can position snipers on buildings and look for you, it's over. You can forget it. The moment they outlaw all guns and say anybody spotted with a gun is now considered to be an enemy combatant, you can hang it up. It's over. So we lose the moment that we allow the Second Amendment to go away, not because we could really fight against this current level of technology, but because the moment that it becomes as simple as saying that person has a gun, they are now an enemy combatant, it's over. You might as well flush the rest of the Constitution.
That's what I'm being careful of. What I want to be careful about, though, because that was actually Joe Biden's narrative for gun control. He's like, well, it doesn't matter anyway. We got fighter jets, so the Second Amendment's useless anyway. And I'm afraid that's exactly what they're going to use as their excuse.
Second Amendment is tremendously valuable. Again, it guarantees a level of protection against other things. But where we stand right now, the process of assembling a sufficient and training a sufficient militia does not exist. There are no leaders, there is no organization, and there is no money. There is no conservative foundation willing to support it, and no men willing to stand up. So, as long as we are fractured like this, and we continue to allow ourselves to be stomped culturally and in the ballot box, any comment about armed resistance is just guaranteeing our doom, period.
Yeah, I've been seeing those scroll across the top of the TV where they're going to be interrupting college football for Biden, Harris talks, and then I just saw one where there's another one that's going to be going on where Trump's going to be doing something. He's doing an official announcement.
The election hasn't been certified, so they have not been declared the winners other than by the press.
And I'm sorry, my passion has come out here tonight. I apologize. The horror of us even discussing an internal conflict is almost more than I can stand. I don't think people truly comprehend what that is.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm not talking in a legal sense or historic sense either. I'm talking about our. We could never have to validate the Second Amendment and what it's there for. But this is kind of what Biden is using in order to. I am talking about on the political level, on the legislative level, because that's his kind of talking point right now. The advanced society, to me, maybe a proper approach would be the advanced society theory. Nova did a special on violence throughout human history, and I thought it was real interesting how, obviously it's PBS, so it's from a leftist perspective. They literally went up through human history and all the violence human beings commit against each other, and then sure enough, they started on the advanced society theory. Well, society's becoming more advanced. We're not so barbaric. Which we all know that's a bunch of bunk. Human nature is human nature, But then literally they almost just glossed over and didn't even mention. They almost had to mention because of historic context. And they said, and in the 20th century, a lot of people were killed by their own governments. 200 million people. At least I think that was just under Marxism, socialism, communism, under Marx type philosophies. I mean. So it would seem to validate that actually the more advanced society is, it's more like the opposite, the more necessary it is.
Yeah, I mean, you like I said, just keep it peaceful. Just don't consider it. Don't weigh it. Force every option that is the soapbox or the ballot box. Don't let people entertain it, because I'm telling you right now, you don't want it. You don't want it to come close. You don't want to see what it will do to people. You can't even imagine. Gun websites.
Yeah, I was kind of chuckling at that.
Gun websites is, if it was you, it would be above your butt as a tramp stamp.
Oh.
Yeah, Vietnam wouldn't have happened if France could have controlled its colony.
Well, let's be honest for a minute. They handed it off to the men in the white kepis and hoped that they were able to maintain it because they didn't want to put a lot of money in it. And as brave as those men are, the French Foreign Legion, that was more than they could handle.
So we have Mr. Andrew Faulkner out there joining us. So welcome.
I haven't seen him around in a while. I don't know if I just missed him or if he's been busy.
He's been busy. The last time I talked to him, he said he was pretty busy doing stuff, so he hadn't been around. We can all agree the French are lames.
Now, hang on a
Well,
minute.
the French Foreign Legion is the one thing I respect about France.
Wait, you guys got to remember, we have a Frenchie on the panel.
I am probably the least sissy of any of you overall.
Now, keep in mind, people of French descent in America usually came from Huguenots, and those were some tough suckers. There's a reason they left Europe and came here.
Right. So I know how to use a Francisca. I'm good with my Francisca. Thank you very much. To the point where I like to go to those axe throwing places. Those are fun.
GPC says the French are crepes. A frog's a frog.
Well, so there was. Remember, if you play back your world history, there are two empires that ruled more of the world than any on Earth, and the country that they constantly repressed was always labeled as the bad guy. Who can tell me who those two empires were?
Mongolia?
Excuse me, European empires.
Ah.
Let me start with Foss is correct. European empires is what I was missing.
Oh, justification, clarification.
Well, it was the French and the English. They ruled more of this planet than any two groups of people, European groups of people in history. And they're one of the countries that they always suppressed was the Germans. Yeah, that's right. Midnight's got it right.
Right about the onset of World War I, just happened to be that Germany was starting to potentially overtake Britain in manufacturing and economic power. And a lot of British bankers weren't too happy about that.
Yeah, every world war is over the Austrians. We have the Austrians to blame for all that. I can remember my grandparents being horrified that the Berlin Wall was coming down, and I couldn't understand why. And then somebody said to me, they watched Germany try to destroy the world in World War I and World War II. The concept of Germany being reunited and free to rule themselves was terrifying for them, because every 30, 40 years they tried to destroy the world or take over the world. And I was like, oh, perspective.
You know, there's something I'd like to get your perspective on about that. I always heard that, you go to East Germany, it's like they're very, very proud to be Germans. They have a sense of national self and all that. Maybe that's one thing that the Soviets didn't beat out of them. And yet you go to modern where West Germany was, and it was almost like we beat the national sense of nationality out of them. It's almost like they won't even call themselves Germans. They're more Europeans. And it's almost like, did we make a mistake with that? Because now it's almost like we're almost all the biggest globalists that want to do away with everybody's national sovereignty. They're coming out of there right now.
The only mistake we ever made in Europe was not controlling more of it when we left. And that was probably even then a good idea. We basically, there's no one in Europe that doesn't owe us something. And so conceptually, if we made any mistake in Europe, it was allowing them to self-rule once we had domination over them. But we really don't need that headache. Europe does this every couple, 300-400 years. There will be another crusade in Europe. 200 or 300 years of Muslims destroying their culture, the Europeans will wake up and they will basically go back to Turkey and they will close the filter again. Turkey is the filter between Europe and the Middle East. And once Turkey falls to Islam, as history shows us, then they begin to build armies within Europe. Islam begins to build armies within Europe. And right now, the liberal Europeans, we think that this is a forever perspective for them, and it's not, because they will wake up. They're starting to wake up in Germany, actually. You're starting to see a lot of protests and resistance in Germany.
Well, apparently in Britain right now, they're not very happy with the supposed conservative. And again, this is what British call conservative, not us. They're not very happy with their leader over there because he just folded and then said, oh, yeah, we'll do another round of lockdowns. And he was elected on the whole Brexit thing. So him saying that and then just caving to the international pressure when even the WHO said, nope, that's not a good idea, finally. As WHO seems like they want to push a narrative that'll help push globalism and a new world order type deal. But then when they realize, oh, wait a minute, if the countries begin starving to death that fund us, then we'll lose our funding too. So now it seems like there's rebellion against their own guy who was supposed to represent them.
I don't have much patience in the World Health Organization.
So, is anyone else seeing the fact that they're talking about President Donald Trump making a special announcement at the conclusion of a special report on President Donald Trump Supreme Court nominee announcement?
Okay. So do we think they're going to undo Amy Coney Barrett's nomination? That doesn't make any sense. So
I know. Or, I mean, are they adding another seat?
That's been passed, hasn't it?
Yeah, dude, there's no worry about that. I was just postulating.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. We'll find out. Dude, right, with 2020 going the way it is right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse did the horizontal mambo on national television at this point. I'm not surprised by anything.
I know it. You got some Democrats in the House, AOC, getting on her high horse, being like, oh, yeah, we're going to cancel you. We're going to cancel you. Everybody that supported Trump. And then it's like some of the other Democrats who know better or maybe less narcissistic are like, hush up, knucklehead. Your little socialism kick has just cost us big time.
They're about to get in a fight. There's been some infighting amongst them. But the Democrats are going to have to wake up and look around. The moderate Democrats are going to have to wake up and look around, because what they've done is the same thing we've done, is they've allowed these people to penetrate their culture. And so I think most of us could deal with a Bill Clinton type Democrat or a Robert Kennedy or a John Kennedy type Democrat with no problem, right? But the even the most moderate of the current new young Democrats is an extreme lefty. And Clinton wasn't bad except for he had problems with young ladies. And of course, he basically teleported his wife into her positions, which is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of crooked stuff going on. There's an organization a lot of people never even heard of before called Salesforce. They've literally bought up all the failing media outlets. The guy who runs it, he seems to be on the chameleon scale with Kamala, and he is pushing for forced government censorship. So you basically have to go to his outlets for information, which would, make him even wealthier and more powerful. And turns out, apparently, Nancy Pelosi's husband was heavily invested back in 2019, like right before the whole COVID thing, and Nancy Pelosi's I believe her ex-chief of staff also worked for the software company where that glitch just happened to occur.
Yeah, well, we clearly do not care enough about it to do anything about it. So until we start doing something about it from a standpoint of politics, that type of behavior will continue. But it's not a new idea. I mean, again, talking about Vietnam, going back to Vietnam, the reason, one of the key reasons that the helicopter, the Huey helicopter, was the primary helicopter being used is because the President of the United States' wife had huge stock. She was a 50% shareholder in the company. They made millions of dollars when that was equivalent to billions of dollars, flying helicopters into Southeast Asia so that the Vietnamese could shoot at them.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember learning some of that stuff in school. So yeah.
The funny thing is, where I didn't hear about this stuff in school, I heard about it from the conspiracy theory types, which sometimes as crazy as their grandiose ideas of what's going on, that there's just not the hard evidence for it. Maybe they do actually pay really close attention to the things going on in society. So sometimes when they're, oh yeah, well, so and so did this and had investments in this, and look it up, and I look it up, and I mean, sure enough, like you just said, Nighthawk, there's financial motivation.
Yep.
And some of those conspiracy theories and stuff like that, that some of those will be based with a small grain of truth and then blown way out of proportion. So
well, my issue with my thing is, like, I'll try to monitor what's going on with conspiracy theories, and then when they say something that's actually a fact, if I can research it and verify it, then I'll try to, sometimes they do have a better picture of the big picture, what's going on, because they do pay attention. Again, kind of like you touched on there, it's like when just like the actual elected leadership is trying to pull the wool over your eyes over what they're really doing. Well, somebody's running a conspiracy theory could be doing the exact same thing as a grifter because, I have this information, but I'm not going to tell you yet. That's when I'm saying, all right, I'm done with you. I'll listen to whatever facts might come out that might be pertinent.
Yep. Exactly. I'm trying to see if there's any questions or comments that are out in the crowd that can lead us down some crazy rabbit hole.
He only asked Trump supporters to not hate their opponents. Holy crap, gun websites, you are right, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I can promise I will not hate people that did not support Trump.
It's only us that are causing all the problems in this world.
Well, that's like I said. If it is a bigger problem for a local governor to support the type of filth that is coming out of the mouth of the political candidate that is spreading filth, then that will no longer be enforced. So if your local government is afraid to support the primary candidate, much in the same way some of these people were afraid to support Trump in their districts, then they will not succumb to that rhetoric. They will not pass laws or change regulations locally and stateside. They will be resistant to any of those types of things. So we have to make it very clear to our local and state governments that we do not agree with the type of rhetoric that is coming out of these people.
You know that along what you're saying there, you know the classic scene in any like action movie where the guy who's been quote unquote out of the game and then something happens and he looks at somebody and says, "Get me the cell phone," whatever it is. So yeah, like literally, I wake up and they're saying it's looking like Biden's going to get announced, and this local organization we went with. I tell you what, this lady is an absolute force to be reckoned with because she's like the ultimate office secretary. She has every politician's number on speed dial. She's got the phone numbers. She's got, she spent the time knocking doors, and it's like, and we just call her, I'll just call her Wendy. I looked at my wife. I was like, call Wendy. Dust off the Gaston flag.
Yeah.
But yeah, having local groups and communicating with your local politicians, like whether G23 said, we just stop politicians who aren't conservative but only are concerned that it might negatively impact them with their own constituents. I mean, that's the key right there. They got to know that it's extremely, even if it's a very small but very vocal minority who actually care, it can make an impact with the local politicians, whether they're good or not.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Because my thought is like, if Bernie Sanders was afraid to talk about gun control, obviously to some extent, but full-blown confiscation and what they call buyback and all, if he was afraid to say that, being a full-blown socialist, and it's weird, in some way he might respect civil liberty, at least he claims to right now, civil liberties more than establishment Democrats, but he's like, I'm from Vermont, I can't talk about that. They got guns and I don't want to anger my constituency. I'm like, well, that kind of shows when people are legit concerned enough, how you can sway a politician.
Yeah, absolutely. Kingpin. Yeah, guns websites is exactly right. I watched our last Democrat president not salute his flag and not hold his hand over his chest during the national anthem.
They didn't have any flags on anything in the Democratic national debate or any of the stuff until it was pointed out that, and then they decided, oh, well, we'll start wearing the pins.
Mm-hmm.
When people were like, well, hey, they're not doing this, blah, blah. They're not even showing a American flag anywhere, so, and when they started getting backlash and some hate, that's when, oh, well, we better start, putting the flag into this so we can get some of those voters. Oh, we lost Ozark.
Yeah. Sorry to see him go.
He might be, he's back.
Welcome back, Ozark.
Yeah, it drops out like that sometimes. I think I went to go look at the comments, and then it won't let me. I'm on a phone. It won't let me back out of it, and I tried to back out of it. It actually took me out of the chat.
Yeah, when you pull up the comments on your phone, if you look, I think it's in the left or right hand top corner. I've done that a million times where I hit the wrong one and it kicks me right out.
So let's let's look at something real quick. So I follow a channel called Red Pilling the Masses, and they follow all of the protests and rampages throughout the country. So here is Biden talking about how well he's going to do. Let's see how many destructive protests we have going on right now. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Phoenix, Arizona, New York, Los Angeles, California, Salem, Oregon. Huh.
Yep. Salem, Portland.
Portland, Oregon. Yep.
Is Salem like a little Austin, Texas or something?
Salem is the state capital.
Oh
So-
yeah, I'm just a capital. I'm just wondering, like culturally, there is it like a mini port or a mini Portland?
Yeah. You got your three major like libtard pockets, which is Portland, Salem, and Eugene. You know, and those three little areas control the entire state.
Yeah, it's probably time we pull some Nebraska and some Maine with our electoral votes, I'd say. 'Cause
That might be a good idea. I mean, yeah, I wondered about that because all the electoral college votes in one state going to one thing by a slim majority. On the one hand, we need the electoral college and it needs to be representative and not direct democracy because you don't want mob rule. But now the big cities are pretty much controlling. I mean, all the friends I got over in Southern Illinois, I don't know if you guys know Bex 2A. He hadn't done any videos in a long time. But, I mean, it's down around Carbondale, Illinois. Their accent is pretty much the same as Kentucky. I mean, so is the culture. They're more Southern than they are Midwest. And pretty much Madigan and Chicago rule what goes on way down in Carbondale.
Well, and that being said, there are people that will argue, and I've made this argument too, that we're already at mob rule. Because if your large city is capable of dictating how the rest of the state's electoral votes go, then the electoral college is a non-factor. Effectively, it is. The highest population ends up winning. So, you know, it has to be reworked some in order for it to continue to be a fair representation of the will of the people. But that will be a point that is never argued because it will never work in favor for the political parties that be.
You know, it almost makes me concerned, like states like Indiana. They've done like Indianapolis has been turned into, from what I've heard, they've eliminated a lot of crime. It's gotten to be a much better, bigger, mid-sized city. Missouri's are like Kansas City, St. Louis, what they call like a mid-sized big city. It's not really Houston, LA, Chicago, you know, or New York or anything. But those mid-sized cities, if they start to draw in people, now I've heard like Nashville and other nicer big cities that have been doing a pretty good job with their economies and having safe places and safe downtowns. If they start to draw in all the leftists, because a lot of times you'll see it, I've seen this a lot. Someone from California be like, "Ew, well, Indiana's nice, it's cheap, but you know, all those they're a bunch of conservatives," and they're like, "Oh no, it's real metropolitan, and it's like Austin, Texas, here in the city, and Minneapolis." And the next thing you know, it's happening to North Carolina. You know, they move into the bigger cities in these very conservative states, and the next thing you know, they Chicago the state.
Well, it's mob rule at that point. You're back at mob rule again. You're back at whatever part of the state has more of one population automatically wins it. And so you might argue that no matter what you do with the representative republic in its current state, you will eventually end up, if the large city outpopulates the rural area, in what is literally mob rule. It literally becomes mob rule.
And I've noticed it's like the conservative people moving from the leftist states to your state, if you're in a relatively free state, a lot of times, like if they move to your conservative area, it's because they're more conservative and they want to live there. If they move to the big city, the liberal area, the liberal leftist, whatever you want to call it, modern, not classical, but it's because they're usually the liberal. Because I can't tell you how many times in my area, you know, we see everybody smiling and waving in downtown. Then we see a brand new vehicle with an Illinois tag driving through. Everybody kind of freaks out and panics a little bit. Like, who is it? You know, and then people ask around and like, oh, they're cool. They're from Carbondale. They're from Southern Illinois. They're a lot more. They're like us. And it seems to be where they tend to move is where they fit. I've heard, I don't know how many people talking about, yeah, we've had tons of people move out from California, but they vote like us. They love their freedom. They're happy to have it, and not like upstate New York so-called Rhino Republican, but they're actually conservatarian, whatever.
Biden's already abusing girls on television. Big shock there.
Oh man, did he sniff somebody?
Now he's poking them.
Don't they like put a shot collar around his junk or something like that?
You know
That
what
just turned him on
breaks
even more.
It breaks my heart about all this. Any investigation that could possibly have been done into this man is now over. Not going to happen.
Yep, and he can get away with getting pedophilia acceptable in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing everybody was saying is like all this germ probe and everything. If Biden wins, you can forget about anything that was ever uncovered, ever seen the light of day. Unless Trump's going to just like unmask everything in his last few. I could totally see Trump being like an F the world kind of guy. And like, I hope we see some big intel dump.
No, if Trump had anything, it would already be out. There's no way he's sitting on anything that big. No way. I was thinking that after the election, if Trump had something, he would go ahead and release it. But at this point, if Trump hasn't released it, he doesn't have it. So
it sounds like one thing Trump was complaining about is that the feds aren't releasing it to him. I think a lot of people in the feds we're hoping. I mean, because there's no mistake. It's like I think 90% of the D.C. area, which are all the federal brass, are registered Democrat. So It's kind of obvious what they're hoping, and I wonder how many of them may have even risked their careers to try to drag it. A lot of the deals with Obamagate, the documents involved with it, they said should have been released like over a year ago, and yet the official process for them to be released has been so dragged out. That's one of the things Trump complained about.
Mm-hmm.
So we are joined by Mr. Ozzy Orsborn and Mr. Gizzard Gary. What up, guys?
It's the Giz.
What's up, Giz?
So, yeah, I don't know. I could see him, trying to do a big old FU if he doesn't win in court. So, yeah, I could see him trying to do a big old FU.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious. I saw in the comments about flags and stuff. I took note of that too. I noticed that, boy, they sure avoid having an American flag. The thousands of masses that were gathered for the Harris-Biden administration, not one American flag. I don't think I saw one, not only not on the stage with them, but in the crowd, anything. And if we remember going back from the whole Nike deal, they push it through critical theory. This is the next thing. It's like now American flag is racist.
So, has anyone else heard that Nike is dropping 700 jobs by January?
No. They're probably getting ready for the shutdown.
700 jobs.
Oh, man, that's going to impact some of the areas I got to go for business. I think there's a Nike factory up there. And I don't know if they ship in the shoes from China and then put the laces in them and then stamp made in the USA or something.
Yeah. I know that Nike corporate headquarters here in Oregon announced that they were going to be laying off like over 700 people.
Well, I'd imagine anytime they come out with a special edition Kaepernick jersey or something, I mean, the thing's sold out in 5 minutes because there is their key woke demographic, but that's still a small percentage. They lost something like 65% of their audiences in a lot of sports after they went woke. I wonder if eventually it finally once the woke fervor from that small base wore off. I mean, seriously, and in all seriousness, like, how much of their stuff have they had looted too? I'm sure they had insurance on it, but dang.
Nope. No, so insurance won't cover.
Oh yeah, it won't cover the inventory or the. Yeah. Oh, so
Because
I bet that hit Nike hard.
the thing is as long as they're declared a riot, insurance won't cover. That's why there's a lot of mom and pop places that are never going to reopen, because they can't get insurance to cover the loss, the damage, and stuff like that, because, this was done during riots. All the damages and stuff are done during a riot.
And I've got my own theory on that too. If everything from the lockdowns, picking and choosing essential or not, which had absolutely no basis in logic, to the riots where Biden's administration was literally funding the bail to bail them out. There was the National Defense League or some Soros-funded lawyer organization that was getting them bailed out. All the Soros-funded big city prosecutors, were set up several years ago, all let go of all the rioters the next day with no charges. The guy that gunned down the Trump supporter on the street, the Antifa guy, he had been arrested with a gun in rioting in Portland. And then they let him go with no charges the next day. And it's just killing their businesses to the point where not only the literal destruction, $2 billion across the country, and I'm sure that doesn't even, I think that was just the physical damage. That doesn't account for the loss in profits and future profits. That's, you can't calculate that, right? If you kill off all the small business and everything, then you will have the massive corporate takeover, because lockdown's been really good for the massive corporations ordering stuff online. Big tech, Amazon, then they'll sweep in and buy up all the land and all the property on the cheap.
I'm not quite sure why they're talking about having sex in public in the comments.
Why not?
Well, yeah, but like Andrew says, nude snob in public, hard pass.
Well, maybe they're talking about they just legalized crack and everything else in Portland. I mean, I don't see how that would.
That's not just Portland. That's the entire state of Oregon. They have decriminalized possession of any kind of narcotic.
Small quantities, so not dealers.
Yeah, that's why I said possession. Possession.
Well, there's supposedly some laws somewhere about the difference between if cops catch you in a park after hours. They're all kind of rules, trespassing, whatever. But getting your freak on with someone, then it literally can depend on the state location. It can depend on whether or not you had the window up, whether or not you can get charged with something, ticketed, or just let go.
We used to fool around in the woods all the time. You just have to be snaky.
Well, the thing is anymore, a lot of those indecent exposure, even if it is just a misdemeanor indecent exposure, where it's a cite and release, okay, what a lot of people don't realize is that puts you on the National Sex Offenders Registry. You will never own a firearm again in your life.
Wait a minute. I have a question. We have a castle doctrine in my home state, and they consider my vehicle to be the same thing as my house. So
no.
Yeah, wouldn't that be?
In the trunk, I guess maybe you could get away with it where people couldn't easily see it.
What if I have window shades?
That would, like in the backseat of a limo, where
yeah, right.
The way to avoid if the public intercourse being allowed or whatever throughout the rest of Oregon Go at it with the angle that seeing that with their average overweight American between the two of them would be traumatizing for wildlife. And then you'll get the Sierra Club involved, so it'll be banned in the rest of Oregon.
Just get the hose out and spray them.
Man.
Actually, they might like that. Be careful with that.
Carolina has a great comment. Apparently, Carolina got caught by a cop in his car.
Now, was that solo?
Yeah. Carolina, what's your favorite little rascal? Is it Alfalfa or is it Spanky?
Oh. Don't ask. Carolina has a link if he wants to jump in here
and defend himself.
I mean,
this is getting the hose out. Oh man, I haven't even had any alcohol and I'm already stupid.
yep.
So, if an animal is psychologically abused by two fat Americans in a national park or whatever, would they consider that animal abuse?
I think that would be a hate crime.
How many house pets are traumatized?
It'd be like run back to the other mountain goats. Oh man, I just saw the two ugliest animals, and they didn't even have fur.
It was horrible.
Well, I nope, not going there.
I'm really thinking this ahead of time to keep it PG-13.
Well, I was just thinking about there used to be a photo in the.
Oh no! Did you see Carolina's follow-up? That is terrible. Right?
Oh. So, crap. Woman, what was that actress's name? The one that had that, picture that was going around that, like, dated. Was it Angelina Jolie?
Please God, not Lena Dunham.
It had the huge bush.
Mike Tyson. Oh, wait.
Oh, Demi Moore. Yeah. Yeah, there was a picture going around that.
Somebody get Bruce Willis to verify.
No, it would have been Ashton.
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap.
I thought that was just him trying to live up to his role on that 70s show.
I mean, yeah, it looked like she was like smuggling a chinchilla or something.
Oh my God, dude, stop.
That may explain that, but that doesn't explain Michael Obama.
My God.
Oh.
Adam's apple don't lie, man. I'm telling you.
Have you seen his dancing video on Ellen?
Yeah. The swinging dingus.
What?
Yep.
No.
Google search Michelle Obama Ellen dance video.
I know what's going on there. I'm not going to watch it. The horror.
Oh.
That really kind of explains that sort of stiff, uncomfortable disposition that Barack had every time she came up next to him.
what explains everything was that meme I showed last Saturday with Michelle, Biden, and Trump. Trump as what was that painter's name? Bob Ross.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Okay. You need help, sir. Lots and lots of help.
Yes, that would optics case or ammo crate that Mr. Warsaw did was awesome. And then he gave it to Armed Ape.
Okay, I need to stop Googling the crap that you people talk about. There's something wrong with all of you.
We didn't make it.
My God. My eyes. My eyes!
Oh,
Hey, dude, there are 277 personality disorders. Find somebody that doesn't have one, and there'll be 278.
Oh, I know mine. I'm good.
oh, so which one did you just Google? And
So, but both of them, and no. No.
you Google search the Demi Moore picture?
Oh, God, I did.
Oh. Oh, it's on the internet. It's out there.
It's the first one that comes up when you type in what you said. There's
Oh.
something wrong with you, sir. Something very, very wrong with you.
Did you not hear my wife laughing in the
I'm
background?
sure. The horror.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I grew up in that
So-
decade, and I never saw anything that horrible. I don't know what's wrong with people. Okay, so anyway,
Somebody's
Oh.
got to come up with the YouTube name Mikey Swinging Dingus with that picture up on there, and I bet people would know what they're talking about.
well, when it became easy to use the internet, medics, we'd sit around and try to horrify each other with different pictures. So I've been to, Lemon Party Meat Spin. I've seen Two Girls, One Cup, all that stuff, but it didn't make them any less repulsive. Just because I didn't yak all over myself didn't mean I wasn't horrified by what was on the screen. We were.
Oh.
I had a. Basically, it was a book on homicide from the 1970s that was my go-to. It was different police crime scenes from New York City, and some of that stuff was effed up like a football bat, man. It was wrong.
I saw pictures from St. Valentine's.
No, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre? Yeah, they messed those boys up.
I saw pictures. I had a book on it. Somewhere.
This was
I
weird
probably
stuff,
still have that book.
like a guy who took a rocking horse and put a 8-foot long phallic on it and rode it till he died, and it was just horrible. It's the side of humanity you wish didn't exist.
And yet we still have 11 people listening to us talk about this kind of stuff.
I don't know why.
2 girls, 1 cup. Oh man, that's just wrong.
I don't even know if you can still find that video anymore.
Oh yeah,
Probably.
it's still out there.
I found a still shot. That's enough.
Did you go look at the Demi picture, Ozark?
Stop, dude. Nobody else needs to see that picture.
Everybody needs to see that picture.
There is not another human being in the world. Okay, so
And
Yeah.
yes, I did use DuckDuckGo.
Foss, give us a topic.
I mean, a weed whacker would have got stuck in there.
La 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 la.
When you're talking about some of the ones with the lithium batteries are a little bit more powerful these days. Are you talking like a gas powered or the battery powered get stuck?
I'm talking every single one of them would have been tangled at the same time. I don't even care if they had the spinning metal blade attachment.
I have an edger. I think my edger would have handled it pretty good. All right. So, no SHOT Show. What does everybody think the preferred methodology will be for firearms companies to advertise their new goodies this year? Do you think it's going to be straight internet? Do you think they're going to do more local stuff? What are your thoughts?
I think they're going to reach out to some more of the influencers, be it YouTube, be it Instagram, be it wherever. I think they'll reach out to some of them, trying to get some media hype. But I also think that they're going to hit some of the smaller shows like TriggerCon, and stuff like that.
Yeah. We were talking about Wanamaker the other night, and I think that'd be an interesting show up at something like Wanamaker.
Yeah, but you also think a lot of those companies keep their booths and stuff over on the West Coast. They're over in Nevada. So it wouldn't be that hard to truck it from Nevada up to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Just set your booth up, for 3 or 4 days, do your stuff, and then truck it back.
It's still kind of a lot of logistics there.
Well, I'm not saying it's not going to, but it's going to be, it would be a lot easier and cheaper for them to do something like that than it would be to, take them all the way to Tulsa, Oklahoma, or take it to Orlando, Florida, if there was an NRAM, depending on where they're going to hold NRAM. So I see them reaching out to some more of your smaller channels.
Well, one thing that Clovertac brought up is, I think it's what he said. There's a contract.
Yeah.
Since
they can't take the show, but they could still, not moving SHOT Show, but they're going to still have to do, they're still going to have to get out and announce at shows.
I got you.
So they're going to still have to do advertisement. And, they can use those same booths that they use at SHOT Show at some of the other shows, like if they wanted to try getting in on SEMA or something like that.
There's no reason they can't have another form of SHOT Show. You know what I mean? It's not like their contract says they can't display their wares in other places.
They should just have a parade and they can throw stuff at the crowd.
Could you imagine? Yeah. Palmetto State Armory could throw guns that they haven't manufactured yet and sent people letters indicating that despite the fact that they sold them to them, they haven't sent it yet. Who was it that I had a bet with that PSA did not actually make the dagger? They just put them up for sale. I think that was Night Strike. I need to get on his chat and remind him of that.
Mr. Ozark is back.
I was literally just looking up the Michelle Obama Ellen Danson thing, and then literally my phone kicked me out of it. Apparently, StreamYard doesn't want to be associated with that at all. I
wouldn't either.
There's a limit to how much of that kind of stuff you can watch in a week, man, and you've just hit your cap. We need you to slow down on the weirdo stuff.
StreamYard's like, nope, you're not going to show that video over here on our platform. Nope.
I grew up in a town of 300 people. We're way, way past all that.
Oh.
So, Gun Website says they're a network of content creators that have agents that establish relationship with manufacturers. They will use this opportunity. Boy, I hope so, Gun Websites. And any of you that have any contacts out there, I would love to test anything new that Glock has coming out. Or to be honest with you, anything that the Turkish shotgun manufacturers have coming out. I have a particular love for the Turkish magazine-fed shotguns. I've sent them emails.
I've heard those things are really good.
Oh yeah, I own 6, and so far I haven't tested one that hasn't run well. I'm sure at some point I've got 2 in the car right now. I'll get a hold of one that doesn't run well, but so far so good. I love my MKA 1919s, and the most recent bullpups that I had have run great.
Are the Turkish 1911s? Is it TSOS I'm thinking of and all that? Are they kind of built to the specs and tolerances like the Rock Islands are of the GI standard?
Yeah, exactly. As a matter of fact, I literally just finished a video on the TSOS 1911A1, the copy of the World War II gun.
Yeah,
and
boy, good.
Yeah, ran great. It was a lot of fun to shoot. I like.
Yeah, I'm really liking my SIG P938. I might wind up going full 1911 here eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd go full 1911. You know,
I've got a rock
Beretta style or CZ style. I'm just not a big fan of the grip safety. And yes, I know you can do a grip safety deletion.
I'm glad I finally got the Beretta Storm full size. I always, maybe it was because when I was a kid I saw Mission Impossible, but I always loved the Beretta Cougar. And that was like the more modernized iteration of it. And once I actually linked the Beretta Cougar with the Storm, it's like my perspective on that gun just completely changed in a positive way. And then, I mean, sure enough, I love the thing. It's 27. It's like everything on it is completely dehorned. There's no like sharp edges or anything.
The only Beretta I have that's not of the 92 series is a APX, and it's actually a full-size APX is actually a nice pistol. I like it. It's comfortable for me, but it's not comfortable for everybody. It's a little top-heavy for some people.
Which, that's weird. I've heard that the actual width or slide configurations are almost the exact same physical size as like the Glock. Or is it a little thicker and bigger?
The top slide on it is a lot thicker than a Glock. If you were to put it next to a Glock, I would compare it to a Glock 17. If you were to put it next to a Glock 17, it's a significantly thicker upper slide.
Yeah, because they did build it with that internal metal chassis that can be changed out too, right?
Yeah.
To kind of meet the military spec.
Yep. And the other part of it is it's the serrations on it are very strange. They're big, fat, and wide, and if you've got wet hands, it's hard to get a hold of. It's not a combat pistol.
I don't know why it reminded me of like a dinosaur skeleton, like something they designed for a new Jurassic Park movie or something like that. I thought it was kind of cool. I was wondering if it would be functional. I guess it's designed to be functional from every possible angle.
Yep.
Not quite sure which one, I guess, he's talking about, but he says, wow, Squib is spreading.
I think he's talking about the comment above it.
Oh, maybe.
Because that had to do with Gary and Squib and Gary got into it for a little bit on a different chat.
On a nice chat.
TPC has the Panzer AR-12. That's a nice shotgun. That's a fun shotgun. I like shotguns.
I like my KSG. Even though there's a lot of people that don't like it, I really do like my KSG.
I finally sold mine.
I'm sorry.
I guess it wasn't big enough for me. I guess if I'm going to have a shotgun, I like it to have a little more mass.
It has an 18.5-inch barrel. Its overall length is 26.25 inches, and it holds 15 rounds.
It feels like my first Transformer toy.
All right, what's a KSG here? I'm not remembering. Is that a polymer frame shotgun or like
It's
AR
a
style?
polymer Keltec. It is awful. Okay,
It's a
wait.
bullpup.
No, it's a
Okay.
great shotgun. It is a great shotgun, as a matter of
Is
fact.
it like bullpup? Is it like
Yeah.
bullpup style?
But
Yeah.
it's so small. I'm not happy with it. My positioning on it, and my length of pull on it, just aren't right for me. I feel like I'm going to crush it.
Why don't you grab the KSG 25?
Why would I get a bigger shotgun than a style that I don't like?
And what's your guys' opinion? Speaking of that kind of oddball firearm, on the Keltec Sub 2000, I just got a relative that got one. I've only known a few people that had them and had good experience. I heard there was a recall on them. But I don't know. Yeah.
So I've owned one for 4 years, and I've owned both generations of it, and the recall was only on a specific barrel, and so you can look and see which ones are recalled and which ones aren't.
Yeah. And I don't get so up in arms about them. I mean, because I've heard really good guns that have had recalls.
So my problem with the Keltec Sub 2000 is it's kind of the quote unquote solution to a problem that does not exist. So if you fold my Keltec Sub 2000 and stick it in a bag, you have a 2-step operation to pull it out and prepare it to fire. It is still the exact same size as my carbine, 9mm carbine. Okay, pistol carbine. So, which is a 1-step process to pull out of the bag and shoot, right? So for me, it doesn't solve any kind of problem. Plus, if you place an optic on it, it gets even bigger. So
that actually kind of came down to an idea I've thought about before, like a PCC that could take Glock mags, but it would be like a bullpup style, like a Tavor. That way, and maybe more squarish. So that way, it would be smaller overall size, decent enough barrel length, still take a Glock mag.
I think there's a couple of them out there.
Yeah. Here's my Sub 2000. It's got a Glock mag. It takes Glock mags. But like I said, it sits in the safe because ultimately it's not solving any problem that isn't already fixed with a pistol caliber carbine.
Yeah. One nice spot of gun skull is first. Yeah.
I don't remember anyone here saying that people were shills for doing reviews. We were talking, and maybe we were talking about, since SHOT Show's been canceled, what are the companies going to do to get their product out in front of the consumer, out in front of the end user, and we never.
That's not what he's saying.
He's just kind of clarifying to somebody else.
I mean,
what was going on. He's not getting on anyone here.
Yeah, this is about somebody else.
He said it back in the comment that Squib was spreading.
Well, yeah, it was the poor conservative was joking around and made a comment against SHOT Show, and Gary and Squib had gotten into it. I think it was this morning on Caliber Corner in the comments. We're going back and forth about it. And so Gary was kind of explaining that.
Yeah. But
what do you have to do to make Gary fight you?
Well, from what he was saying, this has been an ongoing thing for a little bit. So
I'm just saying, Gary's the most level-headed human being amongst all of us, except for maybe Foss.
Said something about Casey's breakfast pizza. Anybody that's ever had it will fight for it.
Right.
It's worse than Papa John's.
I guess you just have to harp on the same crap over and over again, and that will be enough to trigger him. I now know how I do not want to anger Gary. Let's see. Whataburger got bought out and is expanding. Nice. I like Whataburgers.
Yeah, but if they got bought out, does that mean that they're going to stick with the same quality?
Well, it says they're expanding. That may be the starting point, right? Getting enough
Well,
restaurants.
Yeah, but
If they're smart.
you could go and grow a business and open 100,000 locations. But does your overall quality suffer, or do you keep your same quality?
Oh, dude, come on. You're the kind of guy who says don't have faith in our local elections just because of some voter fraud. I mean, these are unrealistic scenarios that would never happen in real life. What, too soon?
Right?
Son of a.
But I mean,
I'll tell you what, my family was friends with Truett Cathy back, way a long time ago, back when he first started Chick-fil-A. That was a Georgia-style chicken sandwich. My dad growing up, everybody in his family, they were pretty rough off. Everybody around that area was. But he worked for a small restaurant, was also a friend of Truett. The whole reason he started, selling Georgia-style chicken sandwiches was to fund a boys' home and a ministry. And he actually employed them there and taught them to work and all that. And literally the whole idea behind his business was just to help fund ministry. And because it was a rough area, a lot of people with a lot of drug problems and stuff like that, a lot of kids that, but back then when he built up the brand, having that model of being able to repeat yourself and keep everything exactly the same was the most strongly emphasized, and at maximum efficiency was the most strongly emphasized thing in his business. So like my family was living I was going to college up in Iowa, and then they opened, sure enough, the first Chick-fil-A at Jordan Creek Mall. Me and my buddies would drive an hour and a half through the cornfields to go to like one of the only big malls in the state. Sure enough, there's a Chick-fil-A, and I thought, really? At that time, I didn't realize that like Truett Cathy had expanded Chick-fil-A to what it was. I had no idea. You can imagine my shock. I'm walking through an Iowa mall and there's a Chick-fil-A. So I'm like, I don't want to do it, guys. Like, yeah, I heard this place is great. I'm like, no. I'm like, if it doesn't taste like the original, a real Georgia chicken sandwich, I'm like, this is going to ruin my childhood, man. And then literally, like, I smelled it. And I was like, wait a minute. I think they really did. Like, what do they do with it? They pressure cook it in peanut oil.
Pressure cook it in peanut oil. Yep.
And then sure enough, I got it. I was like, dude, I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is the same thing. I was like, how did they do it? It's a real Georgia style chicken sandwich. And so, yeah, we all wore, this was in the 2000s. So we all wore cargo pants back then. They put them in little hot aluminum, packages. So we stuffed all our pockets and smuggled them into the theater, which we still bought candy from the theater to support them, but like oh man.
Dude,
yeah,
they
replicated
so much
perfectly.
beer into the theater. You don't have to explain your behavior to me.
Many years ago, I worked for a shipping company, RPS, who was eventually bought by FedEx.
FedEx, yep.
And we had a meeting, and the manager I worked at the hub, and he asked, what is quality? When everybody gave their answers, and he said McDonald's, and everybody kind of snickered. And the reason he said it's quality, because you go to any McDonald's anywhere and it's exactly the same.
This
you know
is true.
what you're going to get.
Yep.
And that's quality.
No, because if I crap in my hand and paint my logo on the side of your car, you're going to get the same design every time. That's not quality. Quality is actually in the eye of the beholder. What he described was consistency. Quality is a subjective thing. And so really it comes down to what your boss decides quality is, and ultimately whether or not your customer decides. Well, your customer will typically decide personal value or perceived value. Quality
yet-
comes down to what your expectation is and whether or not that expectation is delivered. And so if you
And yet, even though my wife and I will drive 10 miles out of our way to go to the Chick-fil-A, my kids will still want to stop at the McDonald's instead.
see, I still like, and I think I know where your boss was going, Foss, because consistency for me is important. Consistency has always been more important for me. And I will eat at McDonald's over a mom and pop sometimes just because I know what a 2 cheeseburger meal and a set of very salty French fries and a Coca-Cola is going to be like, right?
Yeah.
Every single time. And that, for me, consistency is important too. But quality is subjective. Quality is based on the assignment you give it.
Yep.
I've never looked up the definition of that word.
Yeah, that reminds me of like they taught us. I remember going through sales class and all that and building an organization. And they taught us about like Emeril Lagasse. He got his first big gig, the chef. He got his first big gig at a really fancy restaurant. And he realized it's like, wait a minute, we charge people this much for this recipe and it's not that good. He put his own little twist on the recipe and made it better. And I think he used maybe even the exact same ingredients, but it's like, I'm going to make it within the way I have to make it, but I'm going to make it the absolute best. And sure enough, he got called in. I think the owner of the restaurant was like, you do that again, you're fired. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, I've got nothing but compliments for how I made it. And then he literally told him about McDonald's. And Emeril was so insulted because, I mean, he's a chef. He's like, no, knucklehead. He said, it's not perfect, but it's good. He's like, obviously, yes, we're better than McDonald's. He's like, but what I'm talking about is consistency.
So actually, he was right. And I wish to rescind my earlier statement in part, because quality by definition includes the following definition, is that something has an inherent or a distinguishing characteristic or a property to it. And McDonald's cheeseburgers, hamburgers, and things of that nature do have inherent characteristics to them. If you were to lay a McDonald's hamburger next to any other brand of hamburger in the world, you would be able to identify it as a McDonald's hamburger because it does have very specific qualities to it.
My nose can identify it.
Yeah, I've had McDonald's in Japan, and the cheeseburger is the same.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I've eaten McDonald's all over the place, and it is exactly the same. I agree. I apologize. You were correct. He was correct.
Do you guys ever like go on vacation somewhere and it's this awesome place and you're really excited about trying a really good local restaurant or something like that? And then for whatever reason, your spouse is like, oh, look, McDonald's.
No, my wife has good taste.
G23 coughed twice. He has the Rona.
Yeah.
I think what it is, my wife has really good taste. I think it's maybe an almost nervousness that you're especially that hungry when you've been walking all day. And it's like the comfort of what you know you're going to get versus the risk.
Come on. Anybody in this building, anybody in this chat right now that is ex-military knows when you come back from the field, McDonald's, Burger King, any of those is the best meal in the world. It is a 5-star restaurant to have a cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke after you come in from the field. That is amazing.
As shameless of a plug as that is, my only being able to relate to that is growing up out in the middle of nowhere. At one point, we lived 43 miles out of town, so I know what you mean in a sense of when you actually got to get to town, it had been 2 months and you were snowed in or whatever. Yeah, totally. But Iron Man, as shameless of a plug for Burger King as it was, first thing when he got back, give me a Burger King burger.
Well, I mean, I feel his pain. I understand.
I will tend to argue on that point.
Yeah.
Defense's dad,
Oh.
he says, I will say that McDonald's has the best breakfast of the fast food places. No.
For me, back when I was allowed to eat carbs, Taco Bell, man.
So
Taco Bell breakfast.
I drive by a Chick-fil-A and to a McDonald's every morning on Sunday mornings when I go wait in line at 7 a.m. to get ammunition. I have a McDonald's bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit with a hash brown that's hot and fresh because I'm right there in line, right? I'm the first person in the morning. A cup of coffee and a cup of orange juice. So I'm going to say I like what Defense Dad's putting down out there. I approve of it.
Have you tried Wendy's?
We don't have one anywhere around here because they keep failing.
So the Wendy's breakfast are actually pretty friggin' good.
I remember they had spicy hash brown. Like their hash brown was a little spicy. They had the little circle things, the flat pancake like circle things. Is that the same?
No, now they have like little potato wedges.
Oh, okay. I don't like potato wedges.
Yeah, they're like the triangle potato wedges. Actually, they're pretty seasoned, pretty good. They actually taste pretty good. But no, like their breakfast nader, which is kind of like a twist of their baconator.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty much just a baconator, but instead of having hamburger, it has sausage. And like 2 sausage patties and 9 pieces of bacon and cheese.
See, for me, breakfast needs to be primary egg, secondary biscuit, third bacon, and then cheese last, right? So that's the quantity I'm looking for. So, and McDonald's has the most egg out of anyone I've had so far.
I mean, there's other, and they have some, ones that have eggs on them, and we've tried almost every one of them. They're pretty good, but yeah, for the most part, we go to McDonald's or we go to like Del Taco.
Del Taco is pretty good.
If you go to
go to
Del Taco and you get that huevo ranchero burrito, epic burrito. Oh,
pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's a big, huge burrito. It's got eggs, salsa, refried beans, chorizo, avocado.
That is good. Faulkner. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go.
Now, Andrew Faulkner just pointed out Sonic's breakfast, and I haven't had it in so long that I forgot. Sonic has a really good breakfast too.
So I've been to Sonic one time in my life, and that was when I actually first got a Sonic. I went there. I was not impressed. I have never been back.
Extra large cheese coney with tater tots.
I went in there. I got something. I don't remember. And I figured, okay, this is some. I think it was like a hot dog. And I'm thinking, you can't screw this up. It's pretty easy to just do a hot dog. But it was, when I bit into it, it was so nasty. I just was like, okay, take it. I'm done. I'm out of here. And I have never been back to another Sonic ever in my life.
The Sonic in our local town shut down the Brewster's ice cream parlor. There was a Brewster's, they built a Sonic next to it, and the Brewster's was gone a year later.
The Sonic, at least where I live, man, they've got like some of the best burgers around.
I don't eat their burgers much, to be honest.
That's definitely the thing to try there. I mean, besides the ice cream.
Well, I was a grill cook there 150 years ago when I was a kid, and it was one of those things that the only things I would eat from them after that were the extra large cheese conies. After you've cooked it someplace, you pretty much never want to eat their food again because you know what goes into it.
Mm,
I lost that job because I got accosted by a guy in the parking lot because he said they were trying to kill him in the store because they'd put a singular onion on his hamburger, and he grabbed me and I punched him in the mouth and they fired me. Oh, awesome. Gizzard worked there also. Were you a grill cook also, Gary?
he was a fry guy.
He's a fry guy. Well, if you were the grill cook, you worked the grill and the fries at the same time. You were doing all that at once. And then on Tuesdays, you were making 600 hamburgers because of the bag lunch Tuesday deal. Gun website says he usually eats a few handfuls of spinach, lime's juice, and powders and cups of water. More power to you, brother.
He's a vegetarian.
Yeah, I grew up a vegetarian. We weren't vegetarians in the purest sense of the word. We ate eggs and butter. I mean, I guess that's still technically a vegetarian. We ate a lot of Loma Linda products. GW, do you eat Loma Linda products?
Say what?
Gun websites is asking if he ate any of the Loma Linda products. A lot of vegetarians will eat the meat replacement products. I loved Loma Linda. I still eat their hot dogs.
I was a butcher for a couple years coming out of high school, and for a while there, it's like I dealt with so much of the red meat that for some reason it's like chicken was the thing that seemed the most palatable after that. So it's like I mostly ate a lot of roasted chicken. I kept in good shape too when I was eating roasted chicken. I didn't even realize that was probably helping.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, gun websites. Check out the Loma Linda products. They might fill some gaps in your diet if you're kind of looking to branch out a little bit. Yeah, Loma Linda's the best, in my opinion, of those. The fake hamburgers, the fake hot dogs, the fake bacon, all of that stuff is pretty good. I still will eat the fake bacon, the stripples, to this day. They're not bacon, right? They're not a replacement for bacon, but they taste good. So they're a nice breakfast accessory. You cook those with some rice and some scrambled eggs. It's real good.
Have you had
I'm thinking about-
Morningstar?
Yeah, Morningstar is not bad, Foss, but most of the Loma Lindas are a lot higher quality. They're less spiced and made out of better stuff.
Yeah, we don't see those around here that I know of. I've
Gotcha.
tried the corn dogs on the Morningstar, and those were pretty good. The fake chicken nuggets were all right, and the bacon tasted like cardboard.
Yeah, that's the way stripples are. They're not bacon. And I have to emphasize it when they're like, I'm going to start living a vegetarian diet. And I'm like, you should try Loma Linda products. And they're like, no, I tried the bacon. It's not bacon. Listen, my friend, you cannot duplicate bacon. It is.
I've heard that the best way to go with vegan, vegetarian, whatever bacon is, like go with the bacon bits when you're putting them on a baked potato, because that blends in enough and it's small enough.
Yeah. Preparing thing, and gun websites is right. Preparation and seasoning is everything. When you're eating vegetarian or vegan, everything is about preparation work and seasoning things right, and cooking them right too. It's like tofu is actually pretty tasty if you do it right.
Well, tofu doesn't taste like anything.
Right.
It-
You season it.
Yeah.
What was that? Breadfruit. Oh, I had some breadfruit barbecue one time that was on point, man. It was like eating real barbecue. The texture was right. The flavor was right. Everything was right.
I don't like the smell of roasted breadfruit.
You don't?
No.
Well,
So I got some potential major election news. Do you guys want to hear it, or
Nope.
do you not even want to go there?
Nope.
Yeah, what? I got a yes/no split.
That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Tiebreaker.
I know we love talking about this. Apparently, Republican Congressman or woman, I can't tell if it's a dude or woman, Jody Heiss of Georgia.
Why
and
are
which
I? Why are
they
I?
want- I think it is Jody.
That's
they were
male.
on. Okay, yeah, they were on Newsmax. Apparently, a friend texted me, said they were on Newsmax, and they said that this is a thing. It's been acknowledged by both parties. Trump might get Georgia back because it turns out there was another supposed glitch in the voting system that benefited the Democrats and not the Republicans.
So that doesn't change anything. Donald Trump is still not the president if that's the final count.
I guess unless something like that happens in Pennsylvania, I don't know. That software was used in every swing state.
Yeah. So if that happens in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin,
Arizona.
and no, well, if it happens in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and he gets Georgia back, he wins. Okay.
I think if he won Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, then if he also won something, I think it would
Wisconsin
still have to win
or
one more.
Arizona, he wins, doesn't he? Hang on, let's
Yeah.
look.
Then he would have to win. Yeah, if he got those three, yeah.
Let's see. I thought he had to win those three and one more, but let me double check.
I've heard Georgia. If he got Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, then he would have to win one more on top of that.
Okay, so Georgia, North Carolina,
I
Pennsylvania,
think that puts him at 269.
Arizona's blue, and so let's give him Wisconsin. So Wisconsin wins. So if he wins Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, so that's 10 points for Wisconsin, he wins. If he wins Nevada, he wins. That's 271. If he wins Arizona, he wins. That's 276. So those three, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, with any other state, so Wisconsin, Nevada, or Arizona, he wins.
Okay, well, let's end on kind of a happy high note. Let's go ahead and do our plugs and close up shop. So, Mr. Ozark Yeoman, you want to start with you? What do you got going on? Channel plugs, blah, blah,
blah. Yep. I am looking to go in a direction, I don't know, talking about maybe organizing things on a local level, kind of like Nighthawk was talking about, because now that thankfully this madness might be obviously we're going to have to go something different than just, election coverage or something like that. So I am looking more into how we can organize on local levels and form organizations, to work with especially state level politicians and protect yourself on a local level from whatever might be coming down the pike federally.
Well, thank you again for jumping on here and keeping up a lively chat. So let's go ahead and head on to Mr. Nighthawk Medic. Thank you for showing up, and go ahead and give us your plugs.
Hey, I'm thrilled to have been here. Thanks for having me on board. I apologize to everybody that I got emotional on. I'm very passionate that we do not end up hurting each other very much. As an old combat medic, I've seen what we're capable of doing to each other, and I very much hope we never do those things. I've got a new video just came out. I'm actually going to be shooting one tomorrow that will have somebody that you probably will see in the future in it. He's not a known person, but he's going to be somebody who's going to be working with me in the future. So it's exciting to have him on board. And we've got lots of other weapons coming down range. Happy Veterans Day and Marine Corps birthday to anybody that I don't talk to between now and then. And have an amazing night, guys.
So, Mr. Foss, what do we got coming from you?
Not much. Just trying to figure out how to do what I want to do And so I don't have any videos coming out anytime soon. But I just want to say, if you are not subscribed or have never seen Kingpin's channel, check him out. He does a lot for so many other channels, and he never asks for anything in return. He's a great guy, puts out great content, and I'm trying to get his link out there as I'm talking. There we go. So give him a look, see what he's got going on, and check out anybody else that's been on the panel. I threw in links earlier, or anybody that's out in the chat. Never know what you find, or start a channel yourself. Because you never know, somebody might want to hear what you have to say, and the more people we have talking, the better. The more it helps protect our rights.
Exactly. We definitely need a lot more voices out talking about this and talking about our constitutional rights, all of them. Just the 2A isn't just the only one that matters. I mean, yeah, we love the 2A, and we definitely like to promote it a lot, but I kind of think we need to start also including other of our constitutional rights in our chats, and try to express more and educate, because our schools aren't educating. So I kind of think that maybe we need to pick up that slack and try to help educate as much as possible. So again, thank you everyone who has stuck with this for 4 hours.
Oh, one last thing, if I can cut in.
Go
I
for
forgot to say, no matter what happens, we'll get through this. The sun is going to rise tomorrow, and if it doesn't, then none of this is going to matter.
Yep. And I will definitely be enjoying next week's show, where we're going to have Mr. Chris Cheng on the panel. So I hope you all come check that out. And hopefully we will also have the Hungry Handgunner on the panel alongside Mr. Chris Cheng. So stay tuned, and we shall see you next Saturday evening.
Bye-bye.